Hello, 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 hello. What's going on? Welcome back to the random show. I hope you can hear me. Hope you can feel me. I was muted there for some odd, weird, dumb reason, but I'm back now. Back in your ears. You can hear me loud and clear. Hopefully, you can hear me loud and clear. Random show episode. We're back again. Your host, the nice, the usual, the normal Agostino Zinga. I hope you are doing well wherever you may be. I hope you are doing brilliantly. Big up everybody tuning in. Big up everybody's gonna be locked in later. I appreciate all of you. You know how the vibes are. You know how the bloody vibes are. Straight off the bat. I don't know if some of you guys have been keeping up to date with what's been going on with the no jumper thing. Have you guys been seeing what's been happening? Have you been seeing what's been happening with the no jumper stuff? Pretty crazy. So ex no jumper staff T-Rail and his brother Big Deal are having some very public brotherly dispute that's now turned into a whole nother thing because Big Deal decided to do a tell-all interview with Adam 22 on No Jumper, where basically Adam 22 tried to pry him for information on T-Rail and the whole community team and Fig Community World and all those type of guys and Ace Boys and shit. So now, obviously, in some essence, if you're T-Rail, you're like, you know what? My brother's crossed the line. He should never cross. And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of wild. I'm not gonna lie, because you're looking at it, you're thinking, Adam 22 is like a bit of a psycho, isn't it? Like in the legit sense. I'm also not even sure what his end goal is. Like, what's his end plan with Adam 22? Do you think his end plan is that he wants somebody to get like killed? He wants a member of No Jumper staff to get killed, and then that's like the final kind of spot, the final place, the final level. Like, what do you think he actually wants to happen? Or do you think he's that secure and safe that he honestly thinks there's not going to be any like physical lethal repercussions for all the little games he's playing, all the hood games, the gang games, the sibling games? Does he think that playing with people's emotions like this constantly and like toying with them and provoking them and poking at them is just not going to go anywhere? He thinks it's all just content. I don't know. I don't think it's content. I think sometimes it goes beyond content. And the unfortunate thing about Adam 22 is that he's nowhere to be seen when all the other stuff goes down. He sometimes purposely stays away from the office. He will come on stream and deny all responsibility. He won't take any accountability for the actions for the role he played in it. Or if something does happen to him physically, he'll start crying online. You know, he'll start crying and start complaining about how, you know, people are being crazy and they're going over the line. It's like, bruh, like you can't provoke and prod and poke people and think they're not going to respond. And you're not also in charge of how people respond. Some people don't respond the way that he wants them to respond. They're not going to sit in front of a microphone and start ranting and raving. Some people just want to put hands on you, or they want to completely take you out and kind of remove that problem altogether. But I don't know. Maybe he just feels secure. He doesn't really feel like he's in any kind of danger because he's got a gun or something. I don't know. But, you know, you got to have a chance to use it. Just having a gun doesn't mean you're fucking immortal. You can still get fucking tapped. You can still get touched. You can still get slumped. You can still get poked. You can still get rushed. Like, who needs that? You know what I mean? The guy's like, what, in his 40s, maybe late 40s or something with kids? Like, why do you want to get, like, physically beaten up because of content? Makes no sense. But, yeah, the T-Rail and his brother Big Meek thing is kind of wild, I'm not going to lie. They had a really crazy heart-to-heart the other day that I've been watching on the new show they've got on there called I don't know what the show's called. This was Keem and somebody, and it was quite tough to listen to T-Rail speak about it because you could tell like he's in a compromised position. Because I've never had that situation happen to me before, but it must be kind of difficult when you really fall out with a sibling or with a family member, like properly, like to the point where you literally hate each other and you want to come to blows or you want to exert physical violence on each other. That must be a weird place to be, especially if you're like a gang member, because you know, if this was the streets, you would have dealt with it in a weirder way. Yo, big up Chill, will appreciate you. Wagwan.
Been enjoying your streams for a while, man. I'm happy to send you some paper.
Yo, big up Chill, will appreciate you. Thank you for the paper, brother. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate you, and I'm happy that I have an audience to listen to my nonsense fucking rambles. You feel me? So you guys contribute just as much as I contribute. So I appreciate you, Chill Will. I appreciate you, Chill Will. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you so much for hanging out. But yeah, crazy situation. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why this thing is still up though. But crazy situation. I don't know what to say really. It's all a big mess. I hope it gets sorted out. I hope there's no permanent repercussions for the people involved. I really do hope that's the case. But you know, I've got a feeling that it's gonna get worse before it gets better. That's my permanent feeling. I honestly think somebody is literally gonna die, you know, over there. And it's unfortunate to say that, but I think it's gonna get to that point now because these hood games, these gang games, these sibling games, these manhood like it's just like it's so unnecessary. Like just leave people alone, man. You don't need to do all that. You know, you don't need to do all that at all. But maybe I'm just in the minority. I don't know. I don't know. What do I know? What do I bloody know? Absolutely nothing. You get me? Absolutely nothing. I know absolutely crap shit. I don't know why this thing is still up, by the way. Let me just quickly see if I can take this down. Please bear with me 1 secundo as I fuck around with my settings here, which I shouldn't be doing. Very unprofessional of me, but you know how we do over here. It's still up, okay, still up, cool. Yay, no worries. We're gonna have this permanent chill thing up on my thing. All right, cool, no worries. We're gonna have it permanently up. Okay, let me maybe do a test. Maybe this will help. If I do a test, maybe it'll knock it out. Let's see. Yay, okay, cool. There we go.
This is a test donation for $94.
Is it gonna go away now? No, it's still up. Why is it still up? What's happening here? Why is it not going away? Or did I change the settings? Maybe I fucked it up on my end. Oh man, why is it not going away? Why is it not disappearing? Oh, this is annoying, isn't it? I don't know what I changed here. Maybe I did something wrong which I wasn't meant to do. Uh-oh. Why can't it go away? Can you go away, please? Alert box, can you go away? Or do I have to just take it? Okay, I'm just gonna turn it off for now. Apologies. I'm gonna turn off the alert box for now. If we need it, we'll bring it back on later on, okay? And I'll you just hear it, okay? You'll hear the fucking text to speech. So let's continue. Let's fucking continue. First things first. Stand-up comedy is really, really similar to DJing in how scummy it is, isn't it? Stand-up comedy is really fucking scummy, or is really scummy the same way that DJing is. Look at this post I found on the stand-up comedy subreddit. Look at this. PSA LA comedians avoid young BACA, right? Avoid young BACA. Let me get this off as well here. Avoid young BACA. So this is a post on the on the stand-up comedy subreddit. Look what it says here. A text message from the person called BACA. They say, sorry, just seeing this. We filled up the last 2 spots, but we have one comic that hasn't committed fully yet. The slot's yours if you want it. It costs $50 to sign up. That gives you free tickets. Winner walks away with $1,000. Churches paying 3 big name comedians to be the judges, going down at the Virgil. Imagine paying somebody $50 to perform stand-up comedy. Can you imagine how down bad, how desperate you must be to pay somebody $50 to perform stand-up comedy that you can do legitimately for free, standing in a parking lot somewhere, in the park, in the fucking bar, if you want, right? Walk in that fucking open mic, you're paying somebody $50. But this is no surprise. This is the same thing that happens in the DJ world. You have people tell you that, hey, you can play this particular thing if you pay us. I think it also happens in the footballing world, right? I remember when my little brothers were trying to play football, there were all these little kind of weird, what would you call them? There were these weird sort of like, I wouldn't even call them like academies, but there were these weird little things that they had where you'd pay them a certain amount of money and they allegedly put you in front of they'll put you in front of football teams so you can be on trial for them. You go on trial, you do these trial matches, and they would lie and say they would get people to watch them, like scouts and shit. Sometimes they would get people to actually pose in the uniforms or the kits of the teams to make you believe it's them. But then later on, they got lazy and they will stop and just say, no, don't worry, we're going to send a full match to the scouts and they're going to watch it and then they're going to pick the best players from the tablet, you know, from the recording video footage that they took from their phone or from their tablet or some nonsense. Absolute gobbledygook, right? It never fucking works out. Anytime somebody tells you to pay for something as an opportunity, it's always a scam. Like all the time, 10 out of 10 times, if you have to pay for an opportunity, it's 1,000,000% a scam. There's no way any opportunity, any worth your while, will ever require you to pay to enter. It doesn't work like that, unless it's the lottery or something, right? That you want to win something big in that regard. But anything else, you should never ever do that. So this person says, I'll pass, I don't want to pay. The person texts back, says, can you do the rooftop tonight? How much time and pay? So the comment here, courtesy of the stand-up subreddit, says, I've seen and heard from a lot of comedians that they've been promised a booking by a South by Southwest quote-unquote producer, young BACA. I have experience with YB. He booked venues, charges admission, and never pays comedians. Imagine how much of a piece of shit you have to be to do that. It's bad enough you're charging comedians to do stand-up. You're now putting on shows, taking money at the door, and then you're not preparing the performance. Honestly, just full of absolute, that whole world of entertainment, that whole world of nightlife, that whole world of like whatever else you call it, it just must be full of so many fucking charlatans. In addition, he claims he runs a comedy contest and always cancels after taking money from contestants and never refunds the money. He is a scammer, not friends to comedians. I'm willing to put my name on this because I have confronted him about paying South by Southwest bookings. I have attached a text above about the contest as well as asking him about pay with no reply. I must have been thinking, doing comedy all over the country, and I'm paid up in a feature. No one should be taking advantage of comedians. If you want to do shows, that's fine, but do not give him money. Exactly. Never give people money for anything, unless it's a service or a fucking product you wanna, or an item you wanna purchase. But for an opportunity, money, absolutely insane. Or opportunity to pay at your bar, an open mic thing, like, you must be fucking balmy. So it's sad to see, but I think that's why I always say on this stream why I find so many correlations between the stand-up comedy world and DJing, because I think it's full of so many of the same type of slimy, charlatan, hacky, scammy chances that exist in both worlds. They exist in one world, exist in the other world. In my personal opinion, I think they're exactly the same. If anything, I think the DJ world people are probably a little bit worse, just a little bit worse, because I don't think I won't say the infrastructure. I'd say just in general, like, there's probably just less fear of like doing really scummy shit, because people are, I think people in DJing are probably even more desperate than comedians, because there really is not as many there's probably not as many nightclubs out there to satisfy demand for all DJs as opposed to comedy clubs, because technically a comedy club could be anything. A DJ or a nightclub has to be a specific thing inside a specific venue, specific sound layout, right? There's not really much wiggle room when it comes to interpreting what an actual nightclub is like. So maybe because of the lack of spaces and opportunities available, there are people who can really take advantage of you, and I'm sure there's probably fake booking agencies that exist out there that say, hey, send us a demo tape, give us money to get it reviewed. And I'm sure there's a system where people have like, send us your demo tape, and then if you want it to get reviewed ASAP, pay this extra fee to get your demo tape pushed forward at the front of the queue. It's like, come on, man. Nothing good has ever come from paying for an opportunity. Absolutely nothing good. So I really do hope people out there don't do that. And if anything, they just trust in their own ability, belief, whatever that fucking thing is, and then kind of go from there. But paying money to people for that sort of shit is horrendous. Even as Booth McGee says, even sending tapes is a bad idea. Like, even sending tapes is probably a bad idea now, especially nowadays. If you're a comedian or if you're a content creator worth your salt, or in any, if you're a comedian, or if you're anybody working in the entertainment industry, most likely, especially if you haven't made it yet, you've definitely got an online presence. If you've got an online presence, most likely you have some sort of content, some pieces of material out there of you online. So if people want to see what you're like, see what you're about, they can easily find it. They don't need you to send a specific tape as fucking highlight reel. They can see whatever they want to see. If they like the cut of your fucking jib and they want to give you opportunity, cool. But they don't need you to prepare a specific fucking compilation of video, and that's a nonsense. If they want you, if they like you, they'll take you. If not, it's all just a fucking scam to get more money out of you. But yeah, I fucking hate people like that. So I wanted to highlight that and make sure people made sure that they didn't get fucking roped in to take some of those fucking nonsense opportunities, because they are pure and utter nonsense. Moving on. Let's play this clip. So I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually surprised that this has happened to Rogan. Because Rogan was always the type of person who I felt like was really, I think he was always steadfast in his opinions, but he was also somebody that was willing to be open to other bits of information that would maybe disprove his opinions, and be honest enough and kind of upfront enough to kind of look up and say, oh shit, I got that one wrong, and kind of move on with it, right? And I also thought he was somebody that would kind of just assess what's in front of him honestly without being a bit partisan. But I guess the older he's got, the more money he's attained, the fact that he lives in Texas now has kind of changed his worldview. So now he's become a tiny bit of a Trump apologist, which is not a bad thing, right? You can like Trump as much as you want to. You can apologize for whoever you apologize for and kind of stand for them. But I just find it odd that Rogan's become that guy. Like, he's become those same type of freaks, those MAGA freaks who talk about fucking Trump coming back and restoring America to what it once was and giving everybody fucking gold bullion bricks and shit. He's turning into one of those kind of freaks and weirdos, because somehow Joe Rogan is interpreting that whole affair where Trump said, oh, there's going to be a bloodbath. He's somehow now using that whole speech and that whole press conference, that slip of the tongue, whatever Trump did in that regard, that was horrendous kind of use of words. He's now using that as a stick to beat the mainstream media with. When if you watch the actual when you watch the actual speech in full, in context, there's only one conclusion you can come away from it, is that Trump is an absolute psycho for saying the words that he used in that fucking speech. Maybe he didn't mean it that way, but the way he said it insinuated that if he didn't win the election, he was expecting a bloodbath on the streets of America. That's what it sounded like he said, right? There's no other way you can interpret it. Again, I know the mainstream media like to twist what Trump says and make him say one thing or the other thing, but let's also be honest with what we hear. When you hear what you hear, just interpret it how you interpret it and kind of go from there. Anyway, all that to say, he played the clip for one of his recent guests, and he somehow still wasn't able to admit to what he heard, and he's kind of brain broke. And I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of heartwarming to see somebody push back, because I don't think Rogan gets a lot of pushback on his show anymore. He's just too famous, unfortunately. But it's nice to see Robert Haidt kind of push back at him a little bit and say, no, he actually said a fucked up thing. He shouldn't have actually said that, and obviously he sounds fucking nuts. So let's play the clip here so you can see Rogan trying his best to defend Trump, but you can't really defend him in this case because what he said was pretty indefensible and pretty crazy. Let's play the clip.
I'm sure you're aware of this recent Donald Trump speech where he talked about a bloodbath.
Oh God, yeah.
And what the actual phrase was. See if you can find that, Jamie, because it's actually important to highlight how not just inaccurate, but it's just deceptive the media was in their depiction of what he said, and that they are taking this quote out of context and trying to say that there's going to be a civil war if he doesn't get elected, which is not what he was talking about at all. See, pull it up, because it's so disturbing that they would, first of all, that they would think that they could get away with it in this day and age with all the scrutiny and all the with social media and all the independent journalists that exist now, which is one of the more interesting things about the demise of corporate media, the demise in trust. Trust in corporate media is at an all-time low, and so this has led to a rise in true independent journalists, the real ones out there, the Matt Taibbi's, the Glenn Greenwalds, the people that are actually just trying to say what is really going on and what are the influences.
I also find it hilarious how the two journalists that Rogan can only, there were two you can only name are Matt Taibbi and Glenn Greenwald. Those are the only two trusted journalists out there. Out of all the journalists that exist in the world who are doing great work, who are uncovering truth, who are speaking truth to power, who are, you know, uncovering corruption, highlighting just causes, highlighting voices of people who are not being kind of listened to. The only people who are really speaking for the truth are Matt Taibbi and fucking Glenn Greenwald. I fucking love Joe.
Behind these things and why are these things happening? But this one was bizarre. When I saw it, and then I saw the actual speech. Let's play the actual speech.
Yeah, I have the actual speech. The headlines are different, but I'll just play this.
Let's play the actual speech.
To China, if you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now.
I'm not gonna lie, it is quite nice to hear his voice again. I know he's a fucking psycho, but it is quite nice to hear his cadence and just how he speaks. You know, the way he uses words. There's big monster trucks. Like, what? Those big monster factories. President G, he's a nice guy. I like him. You know, it's like, what? Like, he's so unpresidential. It's fucking incredible. Like, it's so funny to see him. But would I want him to be leading my country? Of course fucking not. The guy's a fucking lunatic. But just hearing his voice again on stage. Look at that hat. Look at that fucking hat. Look at how ridiculous that fucking hat is. You couldn't get more American if you tried, innit? He wears this fucking big branded snapback hat, make America great again, this nonsense slogan that means absolutely nothing. It's like when DSP says meaningful content. This means absolutely nothing. You know, he's standing in front of people who are probably all middle class, working class people who he legitimately would not piss on if they're on fire. If these people were on fire, he wouldn't even spit on them, right? But yet they're all there behind him, hoping that he's going to be the ones to kind of free them from their tyranny, free them from their complaints, free them from their pain, put food on their table, allow them to have, like, it's just like, I don't know. I find him astonishing, astounding, incredible, but I also find the defense of him from people to be really odd, considering the things that he says. But this Rogan clip is going to gag you. This Rogan clip will definitely gag you. So let's continue with this. Whoops. President G.
Now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. Now, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line.
We're going to kill every Chinese person in America. Every day you don't hire an American. And if you don't ignore our phone calls, we're going to double and kill more people. It's like, okay, cool.
And you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be.
So what else could he mean by that? If I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. I'm sorry, but if you're running for the president, if you're a former president, if you're at that level of office, you should know how to use your words way better than that. Like, it's gonna be a bloodbath. Like, what else could that mean? You know, like, again, I'm not somebody that gets on too much what he says and shit. I understand the mainstream media can twist what he says, but come on, brother. So watch Rogan try and defend this. Just listen to Rogan try and defend this. This is fucking brilliant. Rogan's brain kind of breaks when Robert Haidt kind of pushed back on him. Just listen.
Be the least of it. If this election isn't won, I'm not sure that you'll ever have another election in this country. Does that make sense? I don't think you're going to have another election in this country. If we don't win this election, I don't think you're going to have another election, or certainly not an election that's meaningful. And we better get out, or we better. I actually say that the date, remember this, November 5th, I believe it's going to be the most important date in the history of our country.
I really did wish he said that it's going to be a bloodbath. I wish he said that. Remember the date, November. It's going to be a bloodbath. I wish he would have said that just to fucking end it right there.
I believe that.
So that's what he said.
Well, that sounds pretty bad. That sounds like the Flight 93 election argument, that if I don't win, the country's over.
But what he was, but what he's talking about is this subversion of our economy and the subversion of our democracy, that we will never have an election again. I don't think he's saying that it'll be a bloodbath in terms of a civil war. He's saying that the economy is going to be destroyed.
There was no. I was listening for that. I was thinking maybe he meant it as a metaphor.
Speech.
I didn't hear any. I mean, the bloodbath is.
It's an unfortunate term, but what he's.
The bloodbath is an unfortunate term. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances that led me to raping you, young woman. You know, what can we do? Shit happens. It's unfortunate that I called you a fucking whore, mother. What can we do? These things happen.
He's not. I don't think he's saying it's a civil war.
It sounded to me like he was. It sounded to me like, if he doesn't win, there will be violence.
Right.
You'd have to really give him a hell of a lot of benefit of the doubt.
He was talking about the economy.
He was talking about
he's talking about China building plants. He's talking about all these things and saying that if he doesn't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a mess. I don't think he's specific. I mean, I think he would elaborate on that if he was saying there'll be violence.
And you know what's funny about this? He says all this stuff about Trump, but then he doesn't want to interview him. I wonder why. He's made it very clear in other pods I've listened to. He's kind of insinuated on some occasions, but I get the feeling from what I remember of hearing from Rogan whenever Trump's name was mentioned in terms of an interview, he's not really interested in it. But I wonder why. If he thinks Trump is really misrepresented and the media kind of take his words out of context, blah, 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 why not have him on your platform? I think he knows if you got Trump to sit down on the GRE for an uninterrupted 3-hour conversation, he'd say some even more nutty shit than he usually does. And unfortunately for Rogan, it'd be permanently attached to him and he could never shake that. That's why he doesn't want to have him. So he defends him as much as you want, but he won't have him on his show, will he? I wonder why.
Don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying destruction of our economy, the destruction of our...
He makes a lot of asides. So he was talking about the economy, that's true. And then he said, if I'm not elected, and then he makes an aside about what would happen to the country if he... So look, we might disagree on this. We surely disagree on our priors.
It's surely the wrong way to say it. Surely. We both agree on that.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate term to use.
For him to...
I love the term, it's an unfortunate term to use. It's almost like when people say, I misspoke. No, you didn't misspeak. You lied. You know what I mean? This new term nowadays people use, I misspoke. No, you lied. You purposely misrepresented me, a.k.a. you're full of fucking shit. Unfortunate phrase, an unfortunate term.
Yes, that's right. But it doesn't sound to me as though the media took that one out of context.
I just rewatched the longer video in closed captioning. Cut it off. The video we watched cuts it off right after he says bloodbath. And it does continue to sort of say
let's see.
If I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
In that phrase, in that sentence, when he says it's going to be if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath, he could easily tighten it up. He could easily clear it up and say, hey, it's going to be a bloodbath if I don't get elected economically. You see what's going on right now. Hey, big up Mexi Salsa. Appreciate you.
Bloodbath can be used in an electoral context, when one party sheets the bed, losing badly. But that's not WTF, he said, Joe. Ride his piece harder, why don't ya?
Yeah, big up NJ Ranger. Appreciate it. Big up Mexican Salsa. Appreciate you.
Watch this video, please. You can skip around if you must.
What's the video, brother? Mexican Salsa. You know my computer's fucking crazy, brother. I might have to save that for another time, my friend. You know my computer's a bit wild. Is it still there? Let's see. Look, it doesn't even go off anymore. I don't know why it doesn't go off. Huh? But big up NJ Ranger and Mexican Salsa. Appreciate both of you. As you can see, for some reason my thing doesn't go off anymore when it comes up. I'm not too sure, but you know how it is.
But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine, all he does is build car manufacturing.
Okay, so he's back on the economy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but is that a really good... Would you want somebody like that to be leading your country anyway? What kind of communication skills is that? It's going to be a bloodbath if I don't get elected. My friend who makes cars, it's like, what? Like, can you finish up that first bit that you said about a bloodbath, please? What do you mean by that? Do you mean economically? Do you mean societally? Like, what do you mean? Do you mean it electorally? Like, can you clear that up that first bit instead of talking about your friend that makes cars?
That's what he's talking about.
But but the aside was not about the economy. The aside was him making one of these typical asides about how how important he is. All right, Joe, I think we're not going to settle this.
Yeah.
I think, look, I do agree that the media as a progressive left-leaning institution like universities has violated its duty many times to the truth and thereby lost the trust of much of the country. Most of the people who work in these industries, I think, are wonderful and are trying to do a good job. But the net effect, and this is my point about structural stupidity, during our culture war, institutions that have had very little viewpoint diversity have been subject to hijacking by those with a political agenda. So I agree with you about that, although I disagree with you about what that comment from Donald Trump meant. It sounded to me like it was not taken out of context.
Well, he was talking about the economy, though.
No, but he wasn't. Anyway, Rogan doesn't want to let go of the fact that Trump did a really big oopsie and said a really weird, horrible, terrible thing that he probably shouldn't have said. Big up Al, appreciate you, brother.
Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah.
Name
the movie. Dune Part 2? Dune Part 2, that's what it was. Big up Al, appreciate you. Thank you for the fucking super chat, Al. Big up Al. Yeah, man, fucking crazy situation. It's sad to see Rogan like this. Rogan of before would have never been this staunchly defending this nonsense point, because what Trump said was kind of shitty. It is what it is, kind of move on. But defending it and trying to paint it as if he was talking about the economy when you know what he was talking about, especially with his history with fucking Jan 6 and stuff, like, let's be real. If there's one president out there that's going to enjoy a full-on civil war and a bloodbath, it's fucking Trump. He would literally be dancing in the streets if that shit was to happen. He'd fucking love it. He would love it. And maybe there's a percentage of Americans that also might enjoy it, like a legit civil war. Maybe you guys need that to kind of get your blood pumping, to kind of put everybody's jujitsu in fucking, to put your jujitsu into action. Everybody pretending to be a gun guy or gun girl can actually, get to work and actually figure out, can you actually fire a gun? Can you actually take somebody out? All those guys that have fucking underground bunkers, does your shit actually work? Yo, big up Austin Casey. Well gone.
Was excited to see a random stream, but then I started watching Rogan talk about Trump. What else you got, Clem?
Big up Austin Casey. Rogan loves Trump, man. Rogan loves him so much. And it's weird because I keep saying, if you love the guy so much, have him on your show. That's what I can't understand. Why doesn't Rogan want Trump on his show? I know why, because he doesn't want that stink on him. He knows if he gives Trump 3 hours to just talk, he's gonna say some absolute psycho shit that's gonna be in the permanent internet records, and it's gonna be associated with Rogan. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want that stink. So he's all well and good defending him from his little ivory tower in his big comfy fucking podcasting studio. But he doesn't want to get him across the table. He doesn't want that picture. He doesn't want to be permanently associated with Trump at all. I love it. I fucking love it. It's fucking hilarious. But big up Rogan. Big up Trump to some extent. Let's not big up bloodbaths, by the way. We don't want bloodbaths. But yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Next. This is an old clip. I know I'm kind of late with this, but I had to play this. Because this clip, yo, big up Theodore. Appreciate you.
Joe and pretty much far left Rogan.
Yeah, exactly. It's wild though, isn't it? Like, who can I think of that did that? I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I can't think of a lot of people that moved somewhere from I'm trying to think of someone in my friendship group. I can't think of anybody actually who moved to a location and then their politics drastically changed based on where they lived. If anything, if they were politically active, motivated, societally, or even as an activist, if anything, the place they went to might embolden them more in their stance they're already in. because it might highlight to them just how important it is to be, you know, politically active, just how important it is to take part in whatever they're taking part in. But Rogan's an interesting case because he's an older dude and somehow he's been radicalized in his later life. But I've always said, I think the thing that broke Rogan's brain the most and probably turned him against the sort of like far left stances or the super liberal point of view that he had before was definitely the pandemic. I think COVID really fucked with Rogan's brain because I don't think Rogan had ever lived in a society or ever lived in a world where he couldn't do what he wanted to do. I think most rich people are the same. I think most rich people or most people with means had never lived in a world where they couldn't do what they wanted. And COVID was the first time everybody had to stop. Everybody couldn't just do what they wanted. And I think that lack of ability to do what he wanted, especially stand up, especially go on tour, it really fucked his brain. And obviously, you know, the fucking the people on the left were fucking psychotic when it came to fucking COVID, right? They were really psychotic. They were going on like it was a fucking bubonic plague, right? They were really going overboard, making up things, purposely skewing and, you know, misrepresenting the science to fucking push their agendas, scaremongering, control. Like, it was a bit crazy. So I can understand why a lot of people were radicalized during COVID. But it's just wild to see just how far it's taken Rogan, especially for somebody who has means. It's not as if the regular world, you know, affects him anyway. But hey, what can you do? Big up Theodore, appreciate you.
Manchester is blue, blue heart, mind the gap.
Oh, Eric C. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I thought it was somebody else. Big up Eric C. Big up fucking Eric C. What's good, Eric C? Fuck, you know, long time no see, my friend. Long time no see.
Now that Joe has nearly $500 million, he is praying for more tax cuts from Father Trumpleton.
That's something I also forgot about. Big up Theodore. Oh, suddenly forgot about that. That's a great point. Great point.
Missed the 200th stream, but thank you for all the good times.
Appreciate you, Dan the man. Thank you for joining in, and appreciate you more for tuning in, because this show isn't anywhere good, anywhere informative, anywhere fun, anywhere whatever it is, without you guys tuning in and being a part of it. Because, you know, I can only rant and rave about these things for so long, but when you guys are here contributing to the LOLs, to the ha-ha-hees, to the he-he-hees, with the suggestions and shit, it's fucking amazing. Just don't send me links to click on YouTube, because this computer's gonna blow up, okay? That's all I ask. Everything else is okay, but don't send me links to click, because this computer will literally blow up. Because this has all been prepared meticulously before. I've shut down every other fucking application. I'm literally only running the things that are running the stream, and it's still struggling. Right? I'm literally only running the things that are running the stream. I'm not doing anything else. And this computer is still shaking, so don't send me any more stream links, okay? Okay, cool. Nah, bless all of you guys. Appreciate it all. Anyway, fuck the Trump stuff, fuck the Rogan stuff. Let's move on to some ha-he-he's. This fucking clip is hilarious. I know I'm a bit late on it. I understand I'm a bit late on it, but I had to play it. This is glorious. And I've got a different interpretation as to what's going on here. I'm going to give you a different take than maybe you've heard from other people. So let's play this clip. This clip is absolutely fantastic. Straws are for soy boys. Straws are for soy boys. Let's fucking go.
Asking you guys a debate club question about using straws as a man. I have a very strong opinion on using straws. I think you can only use a straw with a water at a restaurant. Anytime else, it's a little fruity.
Agree.
Curious about your guys' opinion on straws. I just watched my boss, who I'm supposed to take orders from, use a straw in his Coke at 6 in the morning. So I respect him a little bit less, but I want to hear your guys' opinion on it.
There's something very feminine about using a straw. No. I don't use them, right? Because I'm no punk. You do.
Well, you would for this. You would for this. You wouldn't take the top off if they handed you.
I'd take the top off.
Iced coffee.
Yeah, because I know a punk bitch.
Seriously?
Yeah, I know a punk bitch.
I like how he said it.
Well, I
There's
have
something soft about a straw.
I agree to a point.
In a soda can, yes.
Yeah, no, never. That's
a soda
ridiculous.
can,
That's crazy.
dude.
That's
it's
crazy.
designed for, because first of all, that means
crazy.
you have to go like this.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Nothing.
This, if you're gonna bring it in a car, obviously you need a straw. Anything like this kind of a drink that they give you with a top on it, that's fine. But if you have an open drink and put a straw in it, and like on a table,
you suck cock.
That's I don't do that.
I've never eaten on air. Maybe on a Rogan I've eaten on air.
So, this is my interpretation of what's going on here. I don't think Brendan thinks he's lying. I don't think Brendan thinks he's lying. I think he's that redacted, he's that regarded, he actually doesn't remember all these clips. He has no memory of these pictures, of these instances where he's been seen sucking on a straw in his car somewhere, some sugary soft drink or whatever drink that he usually fucking drinks. I think he genuinely doesn't remember this. Generally doesn't. His brain, I think Brendan's brain kind of works like a dog. Like memories kind of just exist. Like that's the memory he has right then. Like whatever memory is there, that's the memory that he has. There's no other memory from before. It's just the memory in the actual present. That's how his fucking brain actually works. So I don't actually think he's lying. I think genuinely, he has no memory, no recollection, no recollection. Fucking hell, I'm even getting fucking infected with his fucking disease. I think he has no recollection at all of him sucking on those fucking straws. Zero, zilch, nada. I'm almost certain of it. He doesn't know it because if anything else, how else could you fucking big up Victoria?
Brendan is a gay man trying so hard to not look gay.
Yeah, exactly. And you know why he does this though? He almost does this kind of like sucking the straw thing as a way to kind of play into the whole like, I'm so like secure in my masculinity, I can do this kind of really gay act thing. He kind of wants to kind of look a bit cute, or kind of wants to look a bit, dare I say, gay. It's part of the banter, it's part of the joke. That's kind of what he's doing. Like, I'm so unbothered. I don't care what you think of me. I love these drinks. Like, these drinks are usually for girls, but I love them myself. That's basically what he does them for. So the fact that he is here trying to laugh at this guy making this joke, and again, this type of humor, and again, big up the caller. Sorry. Big up the caller and with bless him, right? Bless the caller and stuff. But this is definitely Brendan level type of banter, innit? This is the kind of banter that you'd get over the lunch table at work, over the fucking water cooler at work, coffee machine. This is the type of like banter you might hear in your local bar and pub. And it's no wonder that to Brendan this is like super funny. He's literally laughing at this. And maybe if this guy didn't call in and maybe if Brendan was still doing stand-up, he would be tempted to steal this joke. I could see Brendan trying to do this joke on stage, trying to make it a bit and stuff. Like, he loves this type of look. He's the only one really fucking dying. Everyone's just kind of listening to this guy tell the story, but Brendan is actually dying. He's loving this joke. Like, you're talking about straws, like it's that kind of like basic kind of NPC level type of banter and humor that he's obviously loves, but I generally don't think he remembers the instances where he used a straw himself. I don't think he remembers. He literally has a brain that only operates in the here and now. And if it didn't happen in the here and now, his brain almost doesn't kind of process it. So I don't even think he's lying. I just don't think he remembers. Really doesn't remember, has any recollection whatsoever of him fucking sucking on these straws when he's in these fucking cars and shit and doing these fucking duck lips that he does. Which is crazy because this picture here, this is an old picture. This is like T-Fat-K back on Fox. He's got the Abbott Kennedy Fright t-shirt on. He's looking like skinny, but actually like from working out and shit. This is Brendan back in the day. So he's been doing this whole like, I love sugary drinks type of thing for a while, right? This is my kind of thing, my kind of shtick for a long, long time. So it's literally hilarious to see him not remembering that he has documented footage or clips on his Instagram that show this. And it wouldn't surprise me also, most likely, on his socials, that these pictures probably get the most likes. From the girls, from the gays, right? Him fucking sucking, pucking up his lips around that fucking straw. It wouldn't surprise me having this fucking cheeky look on his eyes, right? Like, You want these sucky, right? It wouldn't surprise me if legitimately these type of pictures get the most type of engagement on his fucking social media outside of the pictures of him and his family and his kids and shit, right? Which is easy sort of like, ways to sort of like hack the whole, like thing going on there. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But regardless, what an incredible video. Brendan, basically not remembering that he fucking sucked on all these straws himself. Let's play it one more time just for the sake of it. Let's play it one more time just for the blood clot sake of it.
Asking you guys a debate club question about using straws as a man. I have a very strong opinion on using straws. I think you can only use a straw with a water at a restaurant. Anytime else, it's a little fruity.
Agree.
Curious about your guys' opinion on straws. I just watched my boss, who...
Also, isn't that like a weird way to justify your hate for straws? If you hate straws, you just hate straws. Why would you think using a straw for a water in a restaurant is a better way to use one than using it in a soft drink? Does that make any sense to you? Or am I being redacted? Or is he trying to say that you don't drink water from a glass in a restaurant because the glass is dirty, I'm assuming? Is that why you don't want to drink it? Why would it be okay to drink water from a cup but not a soft drink? Huh? Whatever, my brain's hurting.
I'm supposed to take orders from, use a straw in his Coke at 6 in the morning. So I respect him a little bit less, but I want to hear you guys' opinion on it.
There's something very
and also attaching masculinity to using a straw is an insane reach, innit? Attaching your associating your masculinity or lack thereof, your manhood with fucking straws is fucking insane. That's even beyond fragile masculinity. That's just like an odd way to sort of like look at yourself as how do you judge yourself as a good man, as an alpha man? I don't use straws. It's like, all right. What does that say about you, really? Straws are like your line. That's your line in the sand. That's what you're willing to bear arms for. Straws. Okay, cool, bro.
Feminine about using a straw. No. I don't use them, right? Because I'm no punk.
Obviously, he's talking with his mouth full. We love it.
You do. You would for this. You would for this. You wouldn't take the top off if they handed you.
I'd take the top off.
Iced coffee.
Yeah, because I know punk bitch.
Seriously?
Yeah, I know punk bitch.
I like how he said it.
Well, I
There's
have
something soft about a straw.
I agree to a point.
In a soda can, yes.
Yeah, no, never. That's
soda
ridiculous.
Can?
That's crazy.
Dude,
that's
it's
crazy.
designed for, because first of all, that means
crazy.
you have to go like this.
Yeah.
I also hate Eric Griffin. I'm not gonna lie. I fucking detest this guy. Really do detest him. If I saw him at like a really busy fucking train station somewhere, I might be tempted to kind of nudge him down the stairs just so he could feel something. Just so he could have a bit of adversity he had to kind of face in terms of trying to get up. He'd be that type of person that would get up. He probably stands up the way you stand up when you do Turkish get-ups. I bet you Eric Griffin, when he falls on the floor, he stands up the same way you stand up when you're doing Turkish get-ups. He probably stands up like that. Do you know what I mean? That's how he probably has to stand up when he's fucking falling on the floor. Like, he's such a fucking dork, innit? He's doing the whole animation like, look, I'm one of the lads. Like, put your hands down, you fucking idiot. We know you know what a fucking Coke can looks like, you dweeb.
That's crazy.
Nothing game.
This...
He's got some unique looking lips, isn't it? He's got some unique looking lips. Like, his lips legitimately look like a prolapsed anus. And you know what makes them look worse? He doesn't use any sort of like lip balm. Like, I'm sure Brendan is very simple in that way. He probably gets a lot of compliments from people. Maybe his wife, maybe random girls. They probably compliment him on his lips. I'm sure that's the thing, because as a white man, he doesn't really have the typical lips that you would associate with a white dude, right? Usually white dudes have like, just lines and shit, right? Just a little kind of like, lip liner type of lip going on there, right? They have their little fucking paper plates there, right? So I understand he doesn't have like regular white guy lips, but surely if you have those type of lips, like, you'd want to just like take a little bit of care in them just to kind of, or maybe we just do something to kind of, accentuate them. So maybe you do a little bit of like, a little bit of lip balm or whatever, some moisturizer, but he does absolutely nothing. He just, again, does he shower? I don't know, but like nothing gets done to those lips whatsoever. So they kind of have a weird look about them. They almost look a little bit like they're sort of like falling out of his face in a way, but they don't look really cute, you know. There's nothing really cute about his lips. They kind of look a little bit gross in a way, if that makes any sense. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into it, but interesting bit of lip in it. Like look at these different textures. There's that texture, that texture, that texture. There's like 6 different types of textures going on his lips. Don't you think? Strange, isn't it? Like all over here. Like, god damn, his breath must be fucking mad, isn't it? Can you imagine what his breath is like? People in the chat are going crazy. Like, please zoom out, please.
If you're gonna bring it in a car, obviously you need a straw. Anything like this kind of a drink that they give you with a top on it, that's fine. But if you have an open drink and put a straw in it, like on a table,
you suck cock.
That's I don't do that.
I've never eaten on air. Maybe on a Rogan I've eaten on air. I've never eaten on air.
Oh, I love him, man. He's the best. BAPA is definitely the best. Look at how swollen he was. I miss alcoholic Brendan. He's trying to tell me he's not on Ozempic. Come on, Brendan. You are the classic Ozempic fucking person. Look how swole he was. All that booze and donuts and truck food diaries. Like, he was swole in it. Look like he legitimately looks like a Saveloy. He's about to explode. Even in black and white. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of miss alcoholic Brendan. I'm not gonna lie, I miss alcoholic Brendan. I kind of want him back. I want the guy that was fucking swigging the whiskeys at 9 a.m. in the morning. I want that guy back. Double whiskeys, triple whiskeys with chin, you know, talking about the UFC, gargling through stuff, always burping. Remember when he always burp in his fucking mouth? I fucking miss that. I really do fucking miss it. But hey, what can you do?
Professional, dude.
What can you do? Let's continue on with that one. We did that. Let's do this one. You seen this one? This is courtesy of the Fire and the Kids subreddit, and it says, "Does BAPA wear knockoffs? Does BAPA wear knockoffs? Big up. Oh shit, this didn't come through. Big up Austin, Casey, I appreciate you. For some reason this didn't come through. Let me read it. It says, look at how many donuts Mr. Keto Carnivore, whatever he is eating these days. Is eating. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, he's definitely it seems like he's got his appetite back, innit? Maybe he's going off it a bit. Maybe he's not doing it as often as he probably should. Because didn't I read somewhere, Ozempic is like really good to take the weight off, but if you stop it, you gain it back really quickly. So maybe he's being very cautious of it, but you can tell his habits. His sweet tooth is kind of coming back. He's trying to snack a little bit more, you know, like he's kind of easy to read. So maybe we might see a return to fucking sweaty, you know, about to explode fucking Brendan, because I want to see that shit. Oh yeah. Big up Austin Casey, appreciate you, and thank you for being a member for 12 fucking months, man, of the Taz fucking channel. You feel me? Big up Austin Casey. Why aren't these things coming through now? My notifications. You see what's happening now with my shit? Look at it. See? Okay, now it's coming through. Big up the hectic. Let's replay that one more time. That was good. I like that. Let's replay that. Okay. Oh, I didn't say it. Why didn't it say it? Oh, see, he didn't say it this time. But big up the hectic channel. Appreciate you. So let's say this. I have a theory. I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I have this theory. Do you guys want to hear my theory? Do you guys want to fucking hear my theory? Okay, cool. Here's my theory. I have a theory that Brendan has got rid of some of his sneakers. I think Brendan has sold some of his rare sneakers. something's happened to them. Maybe they got stolen. Maybe he sold them to raise more money to buy more cars or to pay the fucking mortgage. But something's happened to his shoes. Something's happened to all those crazy rare shoes he has. And again, there is a theory that a lot of them are fake. I don't know what I think with that. Some people think his sneakers are fake. Some people think they're not. But he does have a lot of like exclusive rare trainers. He doesn't have a lot of them as often. And if you check him when he's on the pod, he's not changing them as often as he did. Before, he would like be having a different shoe every single day he's wearing, right? Different switching up thing. So I have a theory that Brendan has sold a majority of those shoes and he only has a small selection of them. Because he's wearing a pair of Dunks that I've never ever seen him ever wear. And maybe he's wearing them because he's talking to Felipe Esparza and he's Mexican, so he wants to kind of represent for the Mexican people and shit. But I've never ever seen Brendan wear these P-Rod Dunks ever. And they're not super expensive either. I think they go for like maximum $1,000 depending on the sizes. But Brendan's got stuff in his collection that goes for way more than that, double, sometimes triple $1,000. So there's something off about Brendan and his shoes. I don't know what's going on. Tell me, let me know in the comments what you guys think in the chat. But I think Brendan has sold some of his sneakers. That's my theory. Let's play the clip.
P-Rod, the skateboarder. These are his shoes, actually. That's funny you say that. Yeah,
I noticed them when I came in, but I didn't want to say nothing because I saw that the front of them looked like a poncho, the sarape.
Yeah. These are P-Rod shoes.
Or the K-Fly. $1,200 probably, right?
I don't know. They gave them to me. Yeah,
they're real nice shoes.
Yeah,
you always have nice tennis shoes, by the way.
I tried, but dude, you brought the fire.
Yours,
today.
you look like you work at Cheesecake Factory, bro.
Cheesecake.
So the first lie is that somebody gave them to him, right? Who would give Brendan Schaub P-Rod Rodriguez? And again, if you don't know, that's Paul Rodriguez, right? Legendary skateboarder who also is a long time Nike SB athlete. Maybe one of the longest serving ones, actually, if you think about it, from Nike SB times. He's had many a pro models with Nike. So there's no correlation between him and P-Rod apart from maybe some LA thing, I would assume. But I also don't know why he would get free shoes from Nike SB, who are known to be very tight, even more so with Nike sportswear in general, in terms of who they seed shoes to. And seeding is obviously when they give shoes to certain influencers to wear. I think you'll have an easier time to get free shoes from Nike Global Portland as opposed to Nike SB. Nike SB are very close knit with who they give their shoes to. Obviously, with it being skateboarding or with it being a little bit, if you skate, you'd know the whole skate scene globally, no matter where you live, is always a bit clicky and shit. So those guys are usually quite tight with who they give their shoes to. So I don't really see any scenario where Brendan will get free shoes from Nike SB unless he got them directly from a store. Maybe there's a store he buys his shoes at and they gave them to him, but he made it sound like Nike SB gave him SBs. It's like, I don't think so. There's some top level skateboarders that don't get given free SBs. You know what I mean? Like, let's relax. Yeah. Oh yeah, Austin. Yeah, Austin Casey knows about fucking Janoskis. Yeah, Janoskis I fucking loved. One of my favorite shoes ever. The story about him is actually quite crazy, if I remember it correctly. He had one of the best deals ever for a Nike athlete. So Stefan Janoski designed the Janoskis, right? Which I'm sure most of you guys know. It's almost based on like a boat shoe. Stefan Janoski Nike SB. I'm sure most of you had them before. I had a pair in like navy blue. I had them in black. I had them in white. Like, I absolutely love these shoes. I didn't ever wear them to skate though. I wasn't really a fan of them. I think it's a vulcanized sole, right? A bit too low on the ground for me. Bit too much feel on the board. Bit too much kind of, feedback coming up when I was skating them. So I didn't really like them. But if I'm not mistaken, Stefan Janoski had a deal where he was given a portion of the sales of Janoski's. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. And then somehow along the line, they started selling so well, Nike were paying him too much money, I guess. So they told him to renegotiate his contract. And then after a while, he just ended up kind of selling his entire shares, or his entire shares, I think, in the Janoskis for like a lump sum. And he walked away from it completely. So fucking crazy deal. But yeah, these were crazy successful. Really an amazing shoe. Kind of a bit of a trendsetter in that regard. Kind of really changed things for Nike when it comes to their placement in skateboarding in general. Because I feel like before that, they were kind of a bit of a joke still, even though they did quite a lot of good work in terms of working with core stores and shit. But Janoskis were legendary. and they're kind of coming back. I feel like Janoskis are kind of coming back nowadays. There's been a kind of reviving of like early 2000s era stuff. So I feel like Janoskis are kind of making a comeback. My favorite SBs of all time, we're talking about fucking SBs, are the Zoom SBs. Nike, SB, Zoom FCs. These are my favorite. Again, you guys won't like them, but these are my favorite SBs of all time. Nike SBs only. These shoes, these are my favorite Nike SBs. They're very old model. They're based on indoor, obviously AstroTurfs from like Nike back in the day, Tiempo times. But these are my favorite Nike SBs of all time. I wish they would re-release these sometime soon, but these are my favorite ones. I had quite a few of these on display here, but this is my favorite model. The indoor soccer shoe type of style shoe that they did from back in the day. I fucking love these. Anyways. So, what do you guys think of my theory? Do you guys believe that Brendan has sold some of his shoes? What do you think? He's that slimy that he would do it and not say anything. He's that kind of guy. So I've got a belief that he probably did sell them. I don't know. Or maybe, maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe part of Brendan's LARP now that he's doing the car thing, maybe that he's a car guy, right? Maybe because he's a car guy, he maybe feels a little bit maybe he feels a little bit what's that word called? Maybe sometimes he feels overdressed. Maybe he sometimes feels like he's doing too much when he wears all these fancy shoes and these jerseys and shit. So maybe he's purposely trying to dress down to look like a regular blue collar guy. Is that possible? Do you think that's possible? Do you think Brendan is that much of a redact that he actually is purposely not wearing all of his expensive, crazy shoes because he wants to look like a regular dude? That would be hilarious if true. But I could definitely see him doing that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Please let me know in the stream chat. What do you guys think? Oh, big up Uche. Wagwan Uche. Josie says, yeah, he probably did sell a lot of his shoes. If not him, his wife has shoes. She's cleaning out her closet. Why would she stop at just hers? Oh, yeah, true. Don't she have like a Poshmark? Let me actually see if I can find it. Was it Joanna? What's her name? Joanna, right? Joanna Zanella Schaub. By the way, somebody found her old YouTube account. I hope she takes it down because some of the videos on there, man. God damn it. You can definitely see why she's never going to leave Brendan. That woman's been wanting to be somebody for a long, long time, bro. So I kind of understand. Let's see if I can find it. She had a Poshmark, innit? Is it a Poshmark, one of those type of things? How do you find people's Poshmarks? I don't know. I don't really. Is it Poshmark? That's a store, isn't it? Right? It's Poshmark or is it Poshmart? I can't see it. I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter. Big up. You can't be 40-year-old fuckboy. Big up Booth McGee. I appreciate that. You're probably right. She has a website selling hundreds of thousands of money clothes. Yep, true. Poshmark or Depop, those reseller sites. I'm not jelly. Couldn't you tell, brother? She should sell his stuff on StockX or Grailed. I'm not too sure, but that's my fear anyway. I like throwing out my theories. You heard one of them. You fucking heard one of them. Moving on. Brendan talking about his Mexican household. Let's see this clip. Brendan's Mexican household. Let's talk about his Mexican household.
You're like, you're not speaking English.
Your wife is Mexican?
Yeah, born and raised Guadalajara.
Guadalajara.
I'd love to know how many times he said that. Maybe there's a way to check it. I wonder how many times in the history of podcast or in the history of podcasting has he said Guadalajara. I wonder. It's probably in the thousands, isn't it? Guadalajara. It's like, bro, we get it. She's Mexican. We understand. You don't have to kind of like fight for her Mexicanness, right? Just because of where she, like, it's an odd thing to kind of fixate on. But maybe she fixates on it herself, so, you know. Oh, big up Austin Casey. Her name is what? Oh shit. Okay, cool. We got her name. We got her name. Let's do this. Let me see if I can find this. I don't know if I got my own fucking site on there. Let's see if we can find a user account. Big up fucking Austin Casey. You're an absolute G. Let's see if we can. Last time you have to log in and shit, innit? I'm not logging in. You're fucking crazy. Let's see if we can just view her fucking thing by itself. What is it? Also, what kind of name is that? Maybe change it, innit? You sound like a fucking 19-year-old. The page you're looking for is not there. Did I spell it right? Yeah, I did spell it right. Oh, no, I did not spell it right. Did I spell it right? Yes, of course I spelled it right, because I'm a fucking legend. Okay, let's take away one of those L's. Still not there. L-L-I-T-A. Not there. Okay, let's see if we can just search for it on the old Google. As if it pops up. Okay, there we go. Oh, so I do have it. It's just not showing up when I click it though. Oh, there, now we've got it. Oof. What's the theory on this stuff? What do you guys think? What's the theory? Do you guys think all this is real? Do you think it's all fake? Or do you think they really do make this much money? Because how much money is this guy making for this woman to be buying all these bags and looking after 3 kids? Because, you know, I don't like to fucking flex my fashion credentials, but if these bags are legit, she must be spending like easy 10K per month on designer clothing and accessories. If it's legit. Knowing what I know about luxury fashion brands, the Gucci's, the Louis Vuittons, the Hermes, the Pradas, the Givenchy's, the Christian Dior's, knowing what I know about these brands, if she's buying legit stuff, she could easily be spending 10K per month on that stuff alone. That's not including what she has to, you know, spend for the kids and shit, school fees, food. Like, are they really making that much money? Or is all this shit fake? Like, crazy, bro. Like, look at this stuff that she's buying. Look at this stuff. Some stuff is selling out, to be fair. Oh, somebody finally bought these shoes. These have been sitting there for ages. These Christian Louboutins. These booties. Somebody finally bought these horrible boots. Fair play. Oh, shit. She sold this. That's a classic bag, actually. That's a classic bag. That Balenciaga. So I'm not too surprised that one sold. Valentino fucking heels. Of course she's got these. These are the classic, like, if you don't come from much and you want to get your first designer pair of heels, Valentino heels are the ones. And even Valentino sneakers. I think a lot of like immigrant people love Valentino sneakers. I know my dad's got a couple of them, those army ones, right? Like when you make a bit of money, the first thing people buy is Valentino sneakers, or the women buy the Valentino heels. But yeah, some of the stuff is sold. Fair play. A lot of it is actually sold. But a lot of it's selling for far less for what it's actually priced for in retail. But Jesus Christ, bro. Look at all this shit. And of course, picture of myself there just to make sure people know what I want. Fucking hell. There's so much trash in here. God damn. Look at all this shit. Being a man is fucking awful, innit? BAPA has to travel all over the country doing fucking stand-up comedy to crowds of like 10 people, right? And then his money gets like pissed up a wall and all this shit. All that work, right? Flying to all these random places in random places across America, performing to absolutely no one. And then the money that you're making from these shows is just getting pissed up a wall on designer clothes that get worn like 1 or 2 times and get sold for like half its fucking retail price. God damn it, being a man in Hollywood must be fucking hard, bro. Must be fucking hard. Let's just see what's got the most likes. Let's see what's got the most likes on here. What's actually got the most likes? Oh, look at what's got the most likes. No surprise, huh? A picture that actually includes her foot. Jesus, that's a veiny foot, isn't it? Was she fucking resting all her body weight on that foot? Or is that her mum posing in the feet? Fucking hell, mate. She looks like she was deadlifting in those shoes, isn't it? Like, look at the veins. Was she deadlifting in those shoes or something? Yo, look at how blonks her foot looks in that, bro. Honestly. She must have been doing some fucking kettlebell swings in that fucking hill. Maybe something else. I'm not too sure. But god damn. She doesn't have good taste, innit? Some of the stuff is just like, you could fucking throw all of this stuff into a volcano. She doesn't really have good taste, does it? Is that like kind of like newly rich taste? Like she buys some fucking shit. Big up Stinger Grill, appreciate you.
Used Gucci socks funds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Use Gucci socks, man. Actually, let's see the comments. Let's see the comments. What the comments say here? Can we watch the comments? Oh, we have to log in. Of course, that's smart. You can't read the comments, man. I wish I could read the comments. I bet the comments are fucking doozy. But big up Austin Katie. I appreciate you for the fucking heads up on that one. Let's go back to Brendan pronouncing Guadalajara. Guadalajara. Guadalajara.
Like you're not speaking English.
Your wife is Mexican?
Yeah, born and raised Guadalajara.
Guadalajara.
Guadalajara, Guadalajara.
I'm talking super Mexican. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Whole household is.
So she speaks perfect Spanish, probably.
Perfect Spanish. My mother-in-law.
And Italian. Your wife speaks
Me
Italian.
la pela.
Yep. Mother-in-law. Like.
Fucking look how Brian looks like a fucking child in that seat, innit? Why does he look so small? Why does Brian look so tiny in that chair? Look at Brian. He's like a little child.
Like, I mean, English is their second language, but it's like dicey.
And you've not.
We've all seen the mother, right? The same mother he gave the keys to for the house. There's nothing dicey about her English. She understands absolutely everything. She probably watches Real Housewives of fucking Atlanta every fucking day. She probably has a little toy boy on the side who's fucking whatever. I'm like, what? Huh.
Not
Kids
picked
speak
up,
Spanish?
Not picked up. Oh,
not a lick.
Hey Josie, I wouldn't know, my dear. I wouldn't know. You know what I mean, I'm a young prince. I wouldn't know. You know what I mean? I wouldn't know. I'm ever young, man. I wouldn't know, Josie. I wouldn't know. You know.
Not a fucking.
It's hard, bro, because it comes at him at different speeds.
yeah.
So sometimes it comes out real fast, then it comes out really slow.
I'll know. Like I can make out what they're saying if I know the topic they're talking about.
But your son speaks it fluently.
Both kids speak it. Yeah.
I can make. Yeah. Okay. Anybody can do that. I can make out what they're saying if I know what they're talking about. What? That's not how you understand languages. I can make out what they're saying if I understand what they're talking about. Hold on. One more time. That's not how languages work, brother. You don't understand.
Sometimes it comes out real fast, then it comes out really slow.
I'll know. Like I can make out what they're saying if I know the topic they're talking about.
But your son.
What? Hey Brenda, we're going to be talking about the NFL right now. Okay, so like, huh? That's not how it works out. Hey Brenda, like they don't. People don't announce a topic they're talking about every time they speak in another language so that you can follow along. That's not how understanding a language works. But you know,
Son speaks it fluently.
Both kids speak it. Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, that's my son too.
Can you imagine? Huh? Can you imagine? Oh, what is his wife? These guys want exotic. You're both your wives look white. Can you imagine being in a household and not willing to learn a lick of Spanish so you can connect more with your fucking partner's, you know, ancestry or background or whatever it may be, or family? Can you imagine that? Even just for your kids, you're the only one that has to speak English, or they have to speak English around. You don't understand. And it's one thing if he doesn't speak it, but just understanding it so you can kind of, you know, whatever. Nah, nothing. What an odd guy, man. And like I've said this before many and many times, but most of the guys that I know who are infatuated with women from other cultures other than their own are usually also very much interested in learning the language or being a part of the culture or whatever it may be. They're somehow immersed in some way, whether it's the football, whether it's the sport, whether it's the TV, the movies. They like something else about it. It's just not the women that just want to fucking, you know, pump fucking babies in and just kind of keep it moving. Brennan has absolutely no interest in Mexican culture, Mexican cuisine, like zero. He doesn't give a fuck about it. If anything, it's almost like he hates Mexicans in a way. Which is kind of gnarly, isn't it? It's kind of wild, isn't it? It's almost like one of those like plantation owners, like, you know, raping one of their fucking slaves back in the day and kind of being annoyed that he gave birth to like a mixed race baby. It's like, bro, what did you expect? You know what I mean? You know, I hate the kid, but what do you expect when you know, stick your dick in one of your fucking slaves? That's what's gonna happen, isn't it? So yeah, I don't know. It's just, for me, it's bizarre. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, you know, maybe those guys do exist. Maybe there are those guys who go to Thailand or go to fucking Sri Lanka to go and hook up with girls from those type of countries, but they don't care about their country, they don't care about their culture. They want to take, yeah, that must exist, right? There must exist passport bros that go to countries to go and get women over there and bring them back to their country of origin so that they can whitewash them. That must exist. I'm sure it does, but it's weird. Usually if you're a guy that's into like Ukrainian girls, Russian girls, you're into fucking Hungarian girls, there's something else that you like about the country also. It's history, it's architecture, like you're into other bits of it. You just don't want to, you know what I mean? The language, like, I don't know, even just, sometimes forget all that shit. If you want to just fuck loads of like girls that speak Spanish, sometimes it's just easier just to speak Spanish. You know what I mean? If you're into Hispanic, Latin women, maybe speaking their language might increase your chances of sleeping with them. And sometimes boys' brains just work like that. But I like that with Brendan, it doesn't even function that way. Nah, like, I'm speaking fucking my English, whatever. Like, even, and especially considering how close he is to his kids, you'd think you want to learn Spanish to kind of, you know, have that with them. But nah, they have to kind of switch to English to fucking accommodate Papa because he's a fucking regard. Love it. Bilingual kids, dad that only speaks English. Love it, fucking love it, fucking love it. Let's play this one. Another one. This is Papa's a chatty patty. Let's see this one with big guests. Let's see. Papa's a chatty patty. I love, by the way, Felipe Esparza's this is the guy, right? Felipe Esparza. I loved his fucking appearances on fucking Joey Diaz's podcast when he first came around. He's so funny. Some of his stories also, because, you know, he's definitely lived a life. Like, you know, he's definitely been through real life shit and he's a real fucking human being. He was so funny. Kind of miss him on Joey's part. I wish he would go on there more. I guess because he lives in LA and Joey's in New York, is kind of different to kind of difficult to probably have him on the show. But when he was on the Church of Happening, the Church of What's Happening Right Now, or the Church, obviously with Joey Diaz and Lisa, yeah, I really did enjoy him. So big up him.
But now you can't have a kid like that, you know. Now that kid has to fucking play now.
Yeah.
It's
They don't
not
keep
good.
score, right?
No, we keep score.
You do.
Yeah, I make sure we keep score. Yeah, we keep score, and then also, it's just different too. Where like travel ball used to be something special. If you were on a travel ball team, badass. You're the parent tree, so that dick and hair. So now when it doesn't mean much, and fly out, they get their ass. Some of those kids shouldn't be. Just didn't work out, so he's forcing his son. It's like the kid's like in right field, like staring the wrong way,
eating bugs.
Yeah. He'd rather be drawing or some shit.
He's right-handed with a left-handed glove.
yeah. But it's embarrassing, dude. In MLB, the playing against all.
He's still talking.
Dude,
I could feel a little. I don't know. I could not believe.
Play Tigers damn team. All that kid was throwing miles an hour.
Damn.
Is your son 7 though? That's not fair.
He's 8, but still he's playing with the 9-year-olds. No one got a hit off the kid. The kid pitched back-to-back games, which is illegal, but tell those Mexicans that they don't give a fuck. He threw 150 pitches in one game.
That's gonna be Tommy John surgery. That's crazy. 9. I wouldn't let him do that. Would you?
Oh, one of the coaches complained, and the Mexican coach was like, okay, didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He was like,
Mexicoach, isn't that a bit of a slur? Isn't that a bit offensive? Mexicoach. Is that what he said? Mexicoach. Isn't your kid, aren't your kids Mexi players then, by that definition? Mexi wife. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Mexicoach.
One of the coaches complained, and the Mexican coach was like,
Mexicoach. This guy's fucking insane. Mexicoach. Like, can't even say Mexican, Mexicoach, Mexi-kid. It's the Mexi-kid, exactly. Honestly, he's fucking nuts. Guy has a wife, guy has 3 kids with a Mexican woman, but then he refers to other Mexican people as Mexi-coaches. Yo, fucking batshit crazy. Do you have friends like this? Do you guys have friends like this? I know of people who will ask you a question just so they can tell their story, or they don't really listen to you and they just wait for their turn to speak. But I've not really known of anybody who does this where, like, you know, usually like, let's do, for example, you go out to a bar, right? Or you're in a restaurant with some friends and you're all sharing stories about your weekend. And you're kind of doing this normal human thing where, like, you're all kind of taking turns. And you know one person hasn't had a chance to speak yet. So you kind of give them a chance to sort of like ramble because they haven't spoken yet. He's the kind of person that wouldn't get that. He would still kind of be talking, even though he knows there's a person who's just joined who hasn't had a chance to kind of say their piece just yet. Or it's a guest even. That's the weird thing that I've never really seen before. I've never seen, especially in this type of scenario, which is, forget the whole bar thing. In this type of setting, where it's a podcast, where it's technically an interview, it's not really an interview, but it's basically set up as an interview because your guest is kind of the person you're interviewing. So you kind of want to have them be the star of the show, if that makes any sense. I know there are some pods out there that do this thing where if they have a guest, they'll have like a intro section of their show for 10 minutes to half an hour where they'll ramble about whatever topics, and then they'll have their guests come on after so that you can have them take up the other half of the show. Brendan just like, he treats a guest like they are like they're just a regular person that comes to the show that's, part of the show. Like there's nothing changes, and he's sort of like how he speaks, how he carries himself, it's all the same. So he doesn't really give them a space to sort of like speak. Like he's clearly twitching and looking for a chance to say something, and Brendan's just going on and on and on about Mexi coaches, Mexi kids, baseball. It's so weird, isn't it? Big up Josie. Narcissists don't care that anyone else. That's all that is. Yep, good point there. I'm gonna give everyone time to ramble, especially if we're hitting the white magic. Exactly, Ricky picture. Exactly. When they're hitting the white magic, you're just waiting for them to finish, or you're waiting for the first person to say, do you want another one? Or you're trying to remember what side you went up. You're trying to look for your notes. Where's my note? Where's my note? Did I leave it in the toilet, or is it, yeah, he's super nice. What people's friends? No, I don't have racist friends. Assad Aziz. No, I don't have racist friends. I thought everybody has racist friends. Mexi coach. Honestly, this guy's a psycho. The Mexi coach. What?
Well, 150 pitches in one game.
That's going to be Tommy John surgery. That's crazy.
9.
I wouldn't let him do that. Would you?
Oh, one of the coaches complained, and the Mexi coach like,
the Mexi coach. Oh, I'd be so offended if I was a wife. The Mexi coach. Like, who the fuck are you? How dare you talk about me or anyone like that? You Mexi coach. Like, huh? Mexi coach. Nigga, what? Mexi coach. Are you insane? Honestly, man, this guy's on another level. This is the Mexi. I fucking love Brendan, honestly. I love him so much. He is my #1 guy. You gotta love fucking BAPA. You gotta love fucking... Big up Austin Casey. Appreciate you, brother.
Honestly, I think BAPA has so little room in his brain that when he thinks of something he must say it right then or else he forgets it.
Yeah, that's another good point. So... yeah, because I was thinking about it. You never really hear Brendan say the phrase, oh, I lost my train of thought. When's the last time you've heard him say that phrase? Oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Right? You don't really hear him say that ever. So I think Austin Casey's right. He just kind of like it's almost like a person that stutters. Somebody that stutters sometimes will like rush to say what they want to say because they're afraid if they take too long they're gonna stutter and they won't be able to get it out. So maybe that's how Brendan kind of speaks, like that way. He just has to like, or he's not gonna remember it, and his brain might literally explode. Oh man. Oh, that's fucking brilliant. A 9-year-old can't throw 150 pitches. That's insane. Does he realize that Mexicans sitting in front of him exactly? He just used the same format. Oh man, honestly, yeah, exactly. My hands shake waiting for my turn to rap. So far, exactly. Brendan's the best. Honestly, he's the fucking best. I don't care what anyone says. He is the best. Legitimately one of the best characters ever. And I'm so glad I've come across him. I really fucking am. Let's continue here. This is a good one. A real story about Brendan's experience with couples therapy. This should be right up of Josie's narcissist freak show watching lane of thinking. Big up Abe Martinez, appreciate you.
I'm right wing. Brendan is racist. You can't say that.
I love it, exactly. I'm right wing. Oh, I love that. I'm right wing. Brendan, trust me. Brendan's a racist. That's hilarious. Big up Abe Martinez. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck. Actually, I watched the Lincoln movie the other day, and I watched the fucking Manhunt TV series, a little bit of it as well the other day. It's pretty sad, isn't it? How he was fucking taken out. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking pretty sad. Watching a fucking play shot in the back of the head, like, fuck, bro. He deserved way better than that, innit? He didn't deserve to go out like that. Yeah, R.I.P. fucking Abe Lincoln. Let's continue.
With your male, you have a male therapist, not a female.
Yeah, male. Yeah.
Male's the way to go.
Male therapist. How do you pronounce that?
Your male, you have a male therapist, not a female.
Yeah, male. Yeah.
Male's the way to go.
How do you pronounce therapist like that?
For me, yeah.
Therapist. Male therapist. One more time?
With your male, you have a male therapist, not a female.
Yeah, male. Yeah.
Male's the way to go.
Therapist.
For me, yeah, because I mean, this is gonna sound really shitty. I don't. I mean, I respect women, but like, I don't.
Shut your mouth. Yeah, I hear you.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't. You don't know me. Like,
they can't relate to it.
You're not gonna relate to it.
I went to.
Isn't it funny that Bert doesn't like when other women that aren't his wife, aka the women he can't control and manipulate, have something to say about the way he lives his life? He doesn't respond well to it. Isn't it funny? Isn't that fucking funny? I don't respond well to other women who aren't my wife telling me what to do. Oh, really? I wonder why.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I went to a relationship therapist with my girl, and it was this female, and I'm like, you have no idea what it's like, what this is like. Like, you can't even relate to this. You're used to, and I'm like, you can't even relate, not that I'm a male, but what I do for a living. So you're so far off even from understand males, but from my perspective, the world I live in, you're not. I might as well be a fucking husky. It doesn't matter. I might as well even be here.
Yeah.
And I got nothing out of it. Dude, I got nothing out of it.
I went to
and she fucked up. She's like, well, what?
These stand-up comedians must think they're actually like, they must legitimately think they're Navy SEALs, isn't it? They must legitimately think they're like trained fucking assassins, samurais, fucking, hitmen. Like, what? She has no idea what this life is. Like, bro, you tell jokes on stage terribly. You're an average podcaster who's been fucking platformed and, hoisted up into stardom and, and wealth by fucking Rogan. It's not as if you're like in any way creative, in any way artistic, in any way entrepreneurial. Like, what? Why wouldn't she have any idea how, like, and as if also like your behavior and the way you treat your partner is anyway tied to your fucking occupation, as if that has any kind of correlation, as if a therapist hasn't encountered every type of deviation, variation of a person's personality or psyche or temperament in all facets, as Brendan would like to say. Nah, they just haven't come across a fucking podcaster. They haven't come across an LA podcaster. They haven't come across a podcaster that's friends with fucking Rogan. They've never come across that. They've never seen that before. They don't know what to do with that. She's scared.
Would scale 1 to 10, how involved are you in this relationship? And she asked me first, and in my mind, I'm like, don't answer this. I feel like I was in the court law. I'm like, do not give a number, Brendan. Do not give a number. I gave a low number, and it would not go well. And she goes, you? And I go, you're a 9? She goes, you're a 3? I'm like, well, no, I'm sorry. 1 was in. And thought 1 was the good one. I went, you fucked me. I went, you fucked me. Thanks. You fucked me. Because when this is done 50 minutes, I got to deal with this. Yeah. You fucked me. And she's like, no one fucked you. Relax. I'm like,
I'm getting fucked right now.
You know what? You're fucking me, lady. And then my girl's like, see what I deal with? She's like,
press X to doubt. None of this happened.
I do. I'm like, fuck both of you. How about that? Yeah. You take check because I'm out of here. It was the worst, man.
Having a male therapist.
Part of me thinks getting to a stage where you have to go through couples therapy for most people is quite a traumatic experience in itself. You'd imagine. Quite heartbreaking, quite sad, because in some cases it's maybe an indication that you're not going in the right direction. Maybe it's a precursor that the marriage is going to end or whatever, right? Maybe it works out and you kind of become stronger than ever, but it's not like you're going to fucking, PF Chang's for a night out, right? It's not a good thing that you're going to couples therapy because it means you're unable to actually communicate between each other. So you need a third party to sort of like, help you guys get over whatever you need to get over. So you'd imagine there'd be a level of seriousness that you kind of approach it with. You kind of take it, you take it seriously. You'd maybe acknowledge the person's feelings. You'd maybe try to kind of meet them where they're at. I don't know, I don't know. But of course, these guys poo-poo it, act like it's no big deal, don't really consider their partner's feelings or anything, which is understandable. And I say understandable because I feel like as much as I say these women have the hardest jobs being the partners of these comedians, I also feel like a lot of them only have themselves to blame. They sort of enable this behavior. They enable these middle-aged men who should be spending way more time at home with their families to kind of play make-believe and sort of like relive their fucking glory years out on the road every day doing whatever the fuck they want so that they can have a almost peaceful life where they get to kind of look after their house, do all their things they need to do with their family, their friends, spend a bunch of money on fucking horrible designer clothes and whatnot, and play mini entrepreneur on Poshmark. I don't think you can complain in that regard. I think that's kind of the deal. That's almost like the devil's bargain, right? Is that the term, right, or something along those kind of lines, where you're essentially saying, hey, I want this lifestyle where I don't have to work, which is great. As a grown-ass woman, not having to work is awesome, especially if you just have to concentrate on looking after the quote-unquote household, and even that you don't have to do because you hire maids. So if you do that, you maybe don't have the right to even say to somebody, we should go to couples therapy, because you're legitimately being given a life that you probably could never, ever get anywhere else, and a life that we probably don't really even deserve based on the talent level of both the people kind of sitting down on that chair right now. But yeah, I find it fucking hilarious how much smaller Bert is there, by the way. God damn it, right? He'd probably kill to be this size again. He looks considerably smaller, still fat shit, but considerably smaller than he did before. Maybe it's because he's sitting on the couch, he's kind of sunken in, it looks a bit different. And Brendan looks, even from this angle and it's blurry, doesn't he look healthy here? Doesn't he look almost clear-eyed? Like, doesn't he actually look like he has his wits about him? He actually does look somewhat healthy, somewhat clear-eyed. Like, he doesn't look completely fucked that he always does nowadays. It's crazy what a few years, a few cancellations, a few Netflix specials, a failed movie, your best friend getting accused of being a diddler, one being getting accused of being a rapist, getting kicked out of Joe Rogan's inner circle. All that stuff is crazy what that shit can do to you. You know? Physiologically, mentally, all that shit, because these guys look horrible. Truly, truly, truly horrible. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? We did the Trump thing. We did that. Oh, let's do this one. So, am I the only person that's constantly surprised by how incapable most comedians are to laugh at themselves or to allow themselves to be the butt of the joke when it comes to their fans or content creators making things online and shit? Because there's this clip I'm going to play that features Luis J. Gomez, Zach AMICO, what's her name? Something Feehan and Mark Normand on an episode of Rap where they basically react to Crack AMICO's excellent Two Bears One Cave diss. And Mark Normand is like physically uncomfortable watching the whole thing, and he barely says anything about the song itself. He's almost like, I wouldn't say offended, but he almost seems like he's scared to say anything because he doesn't want to be in another video. Like, it's an odd reaction. And again, I'm a fan of Mark Normand, but for someone like him, you always think like he's in on a joke. He likes to laugh at himself. He's always kind of throwing out zingers, no pun intended, and like little one-liners to kind of keep the mood loose. So he always wants to laugh and joke, and he's never in a serious tip. But on this particular clip, he is almost like, it's almost like he's in shock at what he saw. Like, he's almost in shock. Like, watch it. It's a very strange reaction. I watched it earlier and I was like, these comedians aren't really good at laughing at themselves, are they? They just want you to laugh at them, at their jokes. They want you to buy their merch. They want you to watch their content. They want you to follow them, buy tickets to their shows. But if you poke fun back at them in a funny, humorous, comedic, musical way, they almost like a cat fucking caught in the fucking headlights and shit. It's fucking weird. Watch this. Please watch this.
Motherfucker running, I'ma hit him in the back. Confidence takers on my fucking land. You got raped.
Wow. Wow. Crack AMICO.
It's not me.
Wow.
He's on fire.
That's what's up, nigga.
Another unbelievable track by the great Crack AMICO. But yeah, you know.
I never thought I'd see the day where someone spent that much time shitting on comedians.
It's the research.
Wow, why is it doing this? Come on, don't be dumb.
She does.
Yeah.
I find really impressive.
And here's the thing. This is what I'll say.
Okay, one more time. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's do it one more time. Bear with me a second. It's being fucking lame. Let's get a clip up one more time. Make sure you like the stream if you're enjoying what you see. Make sure you like the stream if you enjoy what you see. Make sure you like the stream if you enjoy what you see. That'd be greatly appreciated. Appreciate all the views. And maybe load the bit rate on this a little bit. Let's go one more time.
Comedians.
It's the research.
I hit him in the back. Confidence takers on my fucking land. You got raped.
Wow. Wow. Crack AMICO.
It's not me.
Wow.
He's on fire.
That's what's up, nigga.
Another unbelievable track by the great Crack AMICO. But yeah, you know.
I never thought I'd see the day where someone spent that much time shitting on comedians.
It's the research he does.
Yeah.
I find really impressive.
And here's the thing. This is what I'll say. You know, this is what I said about Red Bar, right? Because Red Bar's taking some shots. You know, if you are good at what you do, it's fucking commendable and it's respectable. And even if you don't agree with the message, like I love Bert and Tom, they're fucking great.
Yeah.
Like obviously, I'm friends with Bert. I'm not friends with Tom, but every time I've ever encountered Tom Segura, he's been super fucking cool.
Good dude.
Good dude. But you know, look,
Great guy. Never
It's
met
smart
him.
for Crack to do stuff like this.
Big up Keith T.
I believe a lot of comedians were teased growing up and have thin skin because of it.
That might be that. You just maybe explained it perfectly there, mate. You might have completely explained it there. You might have perfectly explained why some of these guys are incapable. Because it almost seems like he's uncomfortable. Like, oh, it's like a flashback of like a bygone era of like oh my god, like I don't know, like he looks really like he doesn't like it. Like he's not really at ease at all with it. It's almost like he's offended on Tom and Bert's behalf as well. because there's maybe his friends, but he takes it really like he's not like he doesn't look happy, you know. Like I don't know. Again, I could be reading way too much into it. I don't have any friends. I'm a fucking loser. I'm in my fucking parents' basement, hands covered in fucking Cheeto dust. I get it, but he looks very uncomfortable. And just listen also, Luis J. Gomez is doing all the talking. This Feehan woman's not saying anything. Mark's barely saying anything. They're just kind of like... they're not saying much, right? They're not trying to co-sign anything. Maybe they're trying to protect their Rogan connect. I don't know. But it's a strange reaction. Just keep watching.
I think we make fun of a lot of people on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can fucking...
I like how Lucha Gomez is giving Crack Amico the permission to make diss records, like funny, like, okay, thank you for giving people the permission to make fun of you guys. Thank you. We're so fucking honored that you guys would grace us with your permission, right? For us to laugh at some of the dumb, stupid shit you say. Great, we fucking love it.
Get made fun of sometimes.
You gotta take a beating sometimes.
You gotta take a beating sometimes. That's just the way it is.
Nobody's
you know,
perfect.
and you can't be sensitive about it.
Oh,
and that's just the truth. I take a beating
Do
more
you
than
think
anybody
either
in
of
the
them
world.
ever hear it?
They will hear that.
Really?
Unquestionably
I think
hear
people
it.
start tagging him.
I know they'll hear. I know that
I've never
fucking when they
heard
did the LA is gay song, I know that Tony
didn't
and
do that.
Rogan listened to it together.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So they hear it, dude. Nobody's above Googling themselves.
Yeah.
That's just what we are. We're
And
pieces of shit.
It's kind of the price you pay for comedy. We're like a huge boom. It's insanely
Let me
popular.
make this
and
very
this is what
clear.
happens when
If
shit's
if
popular.
that bothered Bert,
No, it's not even that. That's why I don't understand. It's not even the boom thing. Sometimes you just say some dumb shit, and sometimes it's funny to just poke fun. It's not even that deep. It really isn't. And I don't think the crack. And again, maybe I'm not the best judge for it because I love the song and shit. But I don't even think the song is done with any type of malice. It's just a fun thing to sort of like laugh about and poke fun at because of how ridiculous all of their careers are. That's the thing. That's the one thing that I don't like about these comedians sometimes. They don't acknowledge just how insane their careers are because of their friendship with Rogan. They don't acknowledge how dumb that is, how funny that is to the outside looking in, how they treat Rogan, how they talk about Rogan, how they won't talk about certain people, but they talk about other people, how they all refuse to acknowledge that he's not funny. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like, I love all that stuff. That stuff is hilarious to kind of poke fun at as like a fan and a viewer from the outside, because it's clear that there's like a hierarchy. It's clear that they change how they speak about certain people based on who's around. It's clear how there's some people that you can't talk about, some people that you can talk about. It's clear that Rogan's fucking stamp of approval can legitimately change your life, which is understandable. But they just refuse to acknowledge all these things or act like we don't notice it when it's clear, we see it. But hey. Exactly, David Guerrero. They know where their bread is buttered. Exactly. Which is fine, but let's not also pretend like it's not funny to laugh at the fact that they know where their bread is buttered and they're also minding their words and making sure that, you know, fucking Rogan can keep buttering their bread with his fucking man juice bread shit.
it wouldn't. Bert literally would dry his tears with the amount of money he makes touring. It doesn't fucking matter. That is the least of anybody's fucking concerns is somebody saying some mean jokes, or it should be at the very least, right? I get to live my fucking dream, so you can say all the mean shit you guys want about me all you want, because I get to fucking literally do what I want to do with my life every day, which is awesome. So
ooh, amazing. I get the feeling Luis J. Gomez is a bit of a wanker. Much as I like the guy, I get the feeling like he's a bit of a wanker, but I also get the feeling he fucking loves the attention. He legitimately is somebody that I would believe Googles himself, Twitter searches themselves, hashtag searches themselves. Like, I definitely believe he's that kind of guy that goes through all these fucking DMs. Like he is legitimately, like, you know what I mean? Like, he thinks very, very highly of himself. The way he talks about that shitty fucking gas digital shit he's got going on. Like, he probably would prefer it if Crack Amico did an entire song about gas digital and about, I don't know, what's that show they called? Legion of Skanks. And I don't know, you know what I mean? I think he's probably prefer that as opposed to focusing on Bert and Tom, who are clearly far more successful than him. But hey, I could be wrong.
So, yeah, I think it's awesome. I think Crack Amico's awesome. And, yeah, I can't fucking take the muzzle off Crack, and I would never try to. I love
take the muzzle off crack. Why would that even be an option? What is this thing? Like they're trying to act like, is Crack AMICO like part of Legion of Skank's crew or something? Why are they acting as if like he's their employee and they can like tell him not to, like, what is this? Is that the case? Again, I don't know much about Crack AMICO's association work-wise, but I know he knows these guys, but is he like part of like Gas Digital and shit? Is that why they're acting like this? Why is Lucio Gomez acting like I can't take the muzzle off him? It's like, what? Is he your fucking pet? Is he your dog? Is he your attack dog? Is that what you're trying to say? Or are they just being funny? I don't really get what's going on here. Or maybe is he part of like their shows, like legitimately?
I love what he does. He's fucking very, very talented. All right, we got to run. You guys are...
So is there like a scenario there where Luis J. Gomez paid Crack AMICO to make that song? I don't think that's true, to be honest. But I just find the way they're talking about it, like he's almost taking credit for the song or something, like, is weird. Oh, really? He wrote Kim Condong's Walkout song for a special? Okay, so maybe he's really clicked into comedians. Okay, I didn't know that stuff. Thank you, Ricky Pitcher.
Normand is scared because all of his big content is dealing with hecklers and he doesn't want the smoke lol. I swear those hecklers are plants. They won't show themselves caught with their pants down.
Very, 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 very true. No, very, very true. I think what you said is true. What the other somebody else said about most comedians being super insecure and being so super thin-skinned also makes a lot of sense, because I think it's probably one thing when you're directing the jokes at the audience or when you're saying the jokes. It's another thing when you're the comedian and the jokes are coming at in your direction. It can be probably hard to take. It's probably the same thing why not all comedians enjoy doing roasts and shit. You know, you have to be a certain type of person. You have to have a certain type of deposition to kind of be able to put yourself up for that sort of stuff. Most people probably wouldn't willingly put themselves in the crossroads of professional comedians to tear them apart and pointing out all the insecurities and whatever, the things that, you know, whatever, right? Just for the sake of humor. I personally love it, but most of them probably don't, which makes a lot of sense. But I just found the way they were acting about it, especially Norman, like he was almost kind of like, you know, he was almost kind of like just in shock at the whole thing. Like his face, like he just didn't know what to say. Like he was like, look at me, like he legitimately did not enjoy that at all. Zero. Hearing his famous friends getting fucking dunked on, he didn't enjoy that at all. But hey, and again, look at the Feehan woman. Look, she's fucking cringing and grimacing at the thought of it as well. So yeah, okay, yeah. What can you do? What can you do? What can you do? Moving on from that one, let's play this one. This is kind of sad, I'm not gonna lie. So it was Brendan Schaub's 34th birthday the other week, or the other day. Sorry, not the other week, the other day. Brendan Schaub's 41st birthday. Sorry, 41st birthday. I don't know why it matters, to be fair. I think the number one in your birthday should only matter when you're like fucking 21 or something, and after that, you should probably only be celebrating your birthday every decade, really, if you're an adult, like a big celebration. Having a 41st birthday party is a little bit insane for a grown-ass man, but we're all different. I'm somebody that doesn't celebrate my birthdays ever. I'm somebody that just believes if you're an adult, you should maybe buy yourself a drink, you know, toss yourself to another year on this fucking spinning fucking globe and keep it pushing, or buy yourself a nice little steak dinner and keep it moving. But the idea of organizing a birthday bash and a birthday party for yourself is kinda redacted. Kinda. But again, I could be incorrect because I'm a bit of a Grinch and a bit of a, you know, what's that thing called? Misery merchant when it comes to birthday things. I think grown men shouldn't be doing that. Regardless, him describing it might be the most heartbreaking thing ever. I'm not gonna lie. I hate birthdays. I think Brendan celebrating his 41st is fucking ridiculous. But him describing it is actually sadder than the actual thing itself. Listen to Brendan describing his birthday.
Oh, Brendan! Thick Boy Shop!
Good morning, kids. It is Monday morning, March 18th, 9 a.m. on the dot.
I see a birthday boy over there. It's Casey's birthday.
Birthday boy right over.
And by the way, he's not mentioning it because he cares about Casey's birthday. He's mentioning it so this Casey guy can say, "Oh, it's your birthday too, right?" The other day. He doesn't give a fuck about this Casey guy's birthday, by the way. God bless Casey. Happy birthday to you, belated. Hope you had a good one. But he doesn't give a fuck about this Casey guy's birthday at all. He's just saying it so that he can ask him about his own birthday. But you'll notice it once it continues.
Over there, it's your
birthday. Pisces on Pisces. We're a Pisces sandwich. Did you do anything for your B-Day?
Yeah.
I mean, it's today, but usually celebrate over the weekend because Mondays are awkward.
Yeah, my brother Shane flew in from New York. My voice is a little bit jacked up, huh?
You up late?
Yeah, up
yelling,
late,
drinking,
boozing. We played golf Saturday and Sunday, and I think we're going to play a little bit later today.
Oh, damn, that's nice.
Yeah.
A lot of golf for you. Just the one brother came out?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Do they not talk at all outside of the studio? What kind of conversation is this? That's nice. Just the one brother? Just the one sister? Dad's still alive? Mum's still here? He's just finding out about this stuff right now. Love it.
Nice.
Yeah.
They threw me a surprise birthday party on...
He didn't even ask. That's why you love Brendan. Casey didn't even ask him, how was your birthday? He just said, they threw me I love it. Uninvited. Without any encouragement, without a fucking layup, without an intro, without a fucking prod. He just, oh yeah, my birthday party.
Friday, because I had to leave my son's game a tad early. We were winning, so it didn't really matter. So I had to leave the game early. I thought it was just me and my girl. And I get there, and that stinker, my favorite restaurant here.
By the way, I love how everything that happens to him, birthday celebration wise, he always has no idea. That video where everybody was thanking him for being alive, allegedly he had no idea. This, come on, okay, cool.
Here in the valley, the steakhouse, old school steakhouse. Callen was there. That's about it. No, it's Callen, Tripoli, Griffin. Who else was there?
Rogan?
Jan surprised me. Yeah, Jan was there.
Who the fuck is Jan?
And then some of my other friends. But it was great, man.
Isn't that sad and depressing? Who turned up to his birthday party? Bryan Callen, Eric Griffin, Sam Tripoli, and someone called Jan. No Rogan, no D'Elia, who he does a fucking show with, no Theo, right? Where's fucking Theo? No Mark Catherwood, no Josh Wolf, right? No Dave Chappelle, no Chappelle Lacey, no where are all these guys? Where's Chin? Fucking hell, bro. Where are your and some other friends? What other friends do you have?
I knew about it.
You knew about it?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't come?
I mean,
you're golfing?
I knew about it. I didn't get an official invite.
Really?
I knew about it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising. I just figured you didn't come.
Oh, this is so sad, man. You didn't come. Why didn't you come to my birthday party? I was hoping to see you there. You didn't come. Why didn't you come to my birthday party?
Maybe next year.
You know you're getting older when you see a surprise birthday party, like, you look at the guest list, all right, well,
Basically, he's trying to say, when he saw the guest list and there was hardly anybody on there, it was a sobering reminder of just how far his star has fallen and the reality of his current situation in life. All of his friends have left. The friends they did have probably abandoned him based on the Bobby Lee shit, the Kalila shit, the Annie shit, all number of other shits that have happened. Maybe he's just run out. Because that also might be the other thing that's kind of brutal about that industry. We always pontificate, or I always pontificate, and I always fucking hypothesize or rant and ramble that it could be all these really intricate, deep, conspiratorial things why he's not fucking where he's at before. It could just be really brutal. It could be even worse and super shallow than we actually imagined. It could just be that those other guys have noticed that he just isn't good value anymore. He doesn't get you the views. T-Fat K isn't as important as it once was in the Rogan verse. Why waste your time? That might be the actual truth of it. It might not even have anything to do with Crystalia. It might not have anything to do with fucking Bryan Callen's rape allegations. It might not have anything to do with the Bobby Lee drama, the Kalila shit, the Annie shit. It might have nothing to do with that shit. The whole reason why other comedians have distanced themselves from these guys might just be because they just simply do not matter. Nobody knows who you are. The views aren't viewing anymore. Why would somebody waste a podcast appearance to go and sit with these guys on T-Fat K for 20k views when they can go and sit with Theo and get 100,000 minimum? It makes no sense. So that might be the actual real reason, which is even worse, to be honest. I'd much prefer it if they, if I was him, I'd prefer if they just said, hey, we don't want to be associated with you because Callen's being accused of being a rapist, Diddler's being accused of allegedly fucking 15-year-olds and shit. I just can't do it. Cool. That's much better. Or because of how you treat Bobby, I love Bobby. Anyone that hates Bobby, I hate them. Cool. But if they don't like you because you don't get the views, that is horrible, because at one point, everybody was on this fucking show. Now no one wants to come near it with a 10-foot barge pole.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Welcome to the party. It's like you're just getting older, man, It's just how it goes. It's a good time, though. I don't care too much about birthdays. Kiddos' birthdays, I go nutsos for. All I wanted was the birthday cards from the kiddos. I got that this morning. And then whenever my girl asks me what you want, I'm like, don't waste your money. Let me just, I need this car part. You don't know what it is. So let me just do it. And then you can say it's from me, or just put a bow on it, then I'll install it on the truck.
Isn't that the most depressing birthday party ever? A surprise birthday party, allegedly, which I don't believe. But anyway, let's say surprise. Hardly anybody turns up. Only Bryan Callen and Eric Griffin of note turn up. Sam Tripoli's not really an of note person. He's like a new, I don't know. He might say he's not a new friend, but I think I would class Sam Tripoli as like a new friend. Even Eric Griffin's mostly a new friend, and he's only Brendan's friend because Brendan pays him. Eric Griffin used to hate fucking Brendan. But Eric Griffin used to hate Brendan. Big up Keith T, appreciate you, brother.
He went from Rhonda and E! News to Sam Tripoli and Derek Griffin.
Exactly, Keith T. You put it perfectly. Exactly. He went from having his picture taken on red carpets. He went from having photographers camera fucking shutter buttons and flashes going off as he stepped out of a car to, what he's currently doing now. Exactly, Keith T. I was going to say about Eric Griffin. Eric Griffin's only Brendan's friend now because he pays him. Eric used to hate Brendan more than some of the guys on the T-Fat K subreddit. He hated Brendan solely based on what he looked like without even hearing him say anything. Just purely based on the cut of his fucking jib. He instantly hated him. Oh, he's this jock guy, this athlete guy, he's not funny. He was ragging on Brendan super early, and then as soon as he realized that Brendan will be beneficial to his relationship with Rogan, he might help him make some money, put some cash in his fucking pocket. He suddenly changed his tune on him, and now he's his biggest defender, and he's always fucking sucking him off on the fucking golden hour. It's absolutely pathetic. But you also have to feel bad for this guy, because this sounds like a fucking terrible nightmare birthday. Well, it doesn't only end there, my friends. It doesn't only end there. If you thought that birthday was bad, look at the fucking pictures. For some reason, Brendan Schaub's wife decided to organize a photo shoot for Brendan's 41st birthday party, but it almost feels like the pictures are for her. Don't you find that wild? She puts together a photo shoot, or she hires a photographer to take official pictures for Brendan's 41st birthday party, which is ridiculous in itself, right? You should celebrate your 40th, your 50th, your 41st is fucking nonsense. But she puts it together, but then the pictures make it look like it's her birthday. I don't even imagine. You don't even like birthdays. You don't even care about them. She hires like fake paparazzi type picture people, which is already cringe in itself. And then the pictures look like it's your birthday, not mine. Like, what's going on here? What are we doing here? So, first picture here features the happy couple. Again, more ammunition for my theory. I don't care what you guys say. More ammunition for my theory that something's happened to Brendan's shoes. Because look at the shoes he's wearing. Are those Golden Goose? Yeah, I think they might be Golden Goose. He's got all those expensive, rare shoes in his collection, and he's wearing Golden Goose sneakers to his birthday surprise thing in a fancy restaurant somewhere in LA. We know Brendan. We know how much he loves to stunt and flex. He would be wearing way more expensive and exclusive shoes, you know, if he had them. So maybe he has sold them. Maybe they got stolen, but there's something odd about that. Anyway, that's them walking out of their car, heading to the restaurant, trying to pretend like, I don't know, they're fucking Kim and fucking, I don't know, Odell Beckham. Is fucking weird. They're walking in. Brendan doesn't want to look at the camera. Again, doesn't it look like it's her birthday? If you didn't see this, doesn't it look like it's her birthday party and not his? Don't you think? Like, these pictures look like they're focused more on her and not on him. Look, even the next one, he's looked away from the camera. He's not even on focus. She's in the foreground. Like, I love it. She's such an attention seeker. She can't even let him have his day. I love it. She's the best woman ever. She can't even let him have his birthday. It's like it's her day as well. No, this is my day too, because I get to be away from the kids as well. Fair enough. Another picture. Again, it looks like it's her birthday. Like, she's in the, like, every picture, she's in the fucking foreground. They're hugging. They're having a good time. Let's see another picture here. Another one that looks, again, two pictures the same one in black and white, one in color, is a bit strange. Oh, the picture of them sitting in the car. Bro, man, these people, man. The car looks fucking sick, don't get me wrong. Neon green, Hellcat, you know what I mean? Absolutely amazing with the fucking, you know, racing slick tires and shit. It looks fucking hard. But this is so sad. This isn't even a paparazzi shot. This is them hiring somebody to take this picture and make them look famous as they're pulling up to this random parking lot somewhere to eat at that fucking... What's the restaurant called, by the way? What's it called? They went to eat at? Was it called that Slayers or something? Some steakhouse. What's it called?
Just the one brother came out?
Yeah.
Friday, because I had to leave my son's game a stinker. So I had to leave the game early. I thought it was just me and my girl. And I get there, and that stinker, my favorite restaurant here in the valley. This
Stinker LA Steakhouse. What the fuck is... It's called Stinker. Interesting name. Oh, there you go. Stink. Is that a stick? Is that the one? STK. It must be that one, right? Is it? What do you think? STK Steakhouse. Stinker. What do you think it's called? Either way, who gives a fuck? Let's go back to the pictures. It's in some parking lot, shopping mall area type of thing. So, you know, it doesn't look the most fancy thing ever in the world. the balloons for his birthday party. Again, I'd rather have no birthday party than have this. This is fucking depressing. This looks kind of sad. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bit of a hater, but I would hate this for me. If my partner did this for me, I would actually be angry. I'm not gonna lie. This would be cause for divorce. Like, don't throw me a birthday party for my 41st. Like, don't do that, please. Ugh. Look at these pictures, man. Like, again with these shoes. I think something's happened to his sneakers. Maybe their collection burned down or something. Something happened. I don't care what anyone says. Something definitely happened. He's definitely got a tight grip on that phone, right? You got to make sure the baddies and the addies texts come straight to you, not to anybody else. Is that a Balenciaga coat? Yeah, that isn't it. That's a Balenciaga coat. That jacket, by the way, this Balenciaga jacket is $13,000. This Balenciaga jacket he's wearing is $13,000. $13,000 Balenciaga jacket. Is that like and that's a mini Birkin as well. Fucking hell. Podcasting must make so much money, really. Because this guy's like an average average. Let's say he's like a niche podcaster. Let's not judge what his podcasting level's at. He doesn't do stand-up anymore. So podcasting must pay really fucking well. And again, another picture of her. Don't you find that wild? all these pictures make it look like it's her birthday, not even his. Another theory for you guys. I think Brendan is incredibly depressed. He doesn't show it on camera. He probably keeps it very close to his chest and shit. But I think being ostracized from the in-group of Rogan, knowing that they've not kind of, knowing that the other comedians have kind of turned their back on them because of other things, who knows what the deal is with that. I think behind closed doors, he's really depressed, because this is the type of thing that your girlfriend or partner does for you to kind of cheer you up, because she probably knows him better than anybody, knows that he doesn't like birthdays, knows he doesn't really have many friends anyway. So the fact that she went to this effort to do this is probably a sign that he probably complains a lot at home about certain stuff. He's maybe kind of down after he records a podcast. He has to come back home and hang out with his family. He's kind of like moody because he's not, with some baddies, having addies at random fucking club somewhere. I think this birthday party and the surprise nature of it and no one turning up or whatever maybe is an indication of how he must be day to day. I think this guy's fucking miserable. That's my theory. I think that's part of it. I don't believe it's completely a surprise, but I feel like she did this to kind of make him feel better. He's been really down. He's not really been in a good mood. He's been moping around the house, feeling down on himself, and she wanted to cheer him up. And this is what we have. That's what makes it even sadder, to be fair. I'm not going to lie. But damn, she made it all about her. She made it all about her, man. It's fucking wild. You would never guess it was her, but it was his birthday. Look at all these pictures. They're all fucking her. The caption: "Happy birthday, handsome. Another year we get to celebrate together. 2024 will be our year. Please stop crashing trucks. Let's keep enjoying the beautiful life we've created together. The kids and I love you so much." Don't even use the word husband in there, which is interesting, but we'll let that be. Some more pictures, some more B-roll, more pictures of them, and more pictures of her, actually, not really of them, of her. There we go. That 10-13 grand jacket, her and her friends. Where's Brendan and his friends, by the way? Okay, there's BRYAN, CALLEN. There's her brother. That's it. Where's everybody else? Oh, there's Sam Tripoli in the back, innit? There's Sam Tripoli. Probably did a couple bumps before he got to the table. Where's Chin, by the way? Why isn't Chin there? Why isn't Chin there, by the way? I wonder why Chin didn't get an invite. That's a bit strange, isn't it? Chin should definitely be there. Chin should definitely fucking be there. That is really fucking odd. Why isn't Chin there? Is that a light? Is that the LED light that she's holding underneath her head? Okay, fair play. Where's fucking Chin? Why didn't Chin get an invite? Okay. Cool, I guess. No Chin. Chin's not part of the family. Chin's not included. That's a bit fucking out of order, isn't it? I thought Chin would have got an invite. He should have been the first one there. After everything he's done for them. Fuck. He doesn't hang with the help. That is awful. Why didn't Chin get an invite? How's Sam Tripoli getting an invite but Chin isn't? How does that make any sense? That's fucking insane. Chin should have definitely got an invite. I'm surprised George didn't turn up. His fucking face. I'm surprised George wasn't there. Even though you fired me, it's okay. It's like, okay, whatever. But yeah, I found that to be kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not going to blood clot fucking lie. I found that really, really fucking sad. And prayers for everybody involved. Prayers for everybody in blood clot involved. Let's move on to the next thing here. Before we continue, bear with me 1 second. I'll try to get this up again. What was I gonna play? Oh yes, that's it. Again, if you're enjoying the stream, you like what you see, you like what you see, you see what you like, please make sure you like it down below. Click the link down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. Click it. Let me see if I can get there's a clip here where somebody mentioned something about Chin. Where is it? There's a chin clip here somewhere. I'm sure of it. I'm sure I didn't fucking miss it, but there is a chin clip here somewhere. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Bear with me a second. Don't delay. Don't be annoyed at me. I know it's taking ages to find this shit. Actually, should I just play the clip? Maybe we should play the clip. Let's just play the clip. So, let's move on for that one. Let's play this one. So, Brendan is actually getting rid of his truck. Brendan's getting rid of his Ford Lightning truck. He wants to do some sort of giveaway. He posted a video about it on his Instagram. Let's watch the video of him talking about giving away his truck and being the nicest guy in the world, because Papa is the nicest guy that ever lived.
What's up, kids? Sitting in 405 traffic. Good thing I souped up this Lightning to over 600 horsepower so I can sit in traffic. So that's cool. This got me thinking though. I realized doing all this car and truck stuff that I'm doing, my happiness comes from the build, the chase of the build, adding on.
What he realized is that he's now got a new TRX truck, by the way, in case you've not forgot, or in case you don't know. Brendan's actually got a new car already. He's already got a new one. I think I just saw it on his Instagram already. Did I see it just now? Let's see. I'm sure I saw it. He's already bought a fucking new... This guy must make fucking money. Or maybe he's fucking daddy and bankrolling everything. But he's already bought a brand new fucking TRX truck in blue this time. So he's probably bought this new TRX truck. And because his brain, I think we mentioned it before, only operates like in the here and now, he probably just realized, oh shit, I've got too many cars. So he has this, he's got the Lightning, he's got the neon green thing, and what else he's got? That's probably already too many cars, right? 3 of those cars, especially that type of cars, you probably don't need that many. So he's already got this new build that he's really going to be pimping out and doing what he's going to do. So he's realized, I don't need to have the other one, I'm going to get rid of it. That's what he's realized. Nothing else, in my opinion.
This Lightning added on the Willwood brakes, the new Whipple supercharger, the 2.9 supercharger, the inner chiller, freaking fuel injectors, converted to E85, doing all that stuff, the wheels, the tires, the paint, the grill, the interior, the stereo, the seats, everything. That's what I love to do. As I'm not traffic speaking, still traffic, whatever. And I see so many people do a giveaway. Do a giveaway. I thought, who the hell?
Who said that? What people said that, by the way? X said that on that one. Who told him to do a giveaway? Or is he just trying to copy Rogan? Because all these things he does are the things that Rogan would do, right? You hear of Rogan giving people watches and buying people cars or offering to buy people houses and shit. He just sees the stuff that Rogan does and he thinks that's what great guys do. And that, you know, I'm just going to copy Rogan. I'll give away my car. It's like, all right, I guess you could just sell it or keep it. I don't know.
Just give away the freaking car. That's insane. And I looked around a little more.
Big up NJ Ranger. Appreciate you, brother.
Dog he just described edging.
I prefer the chase. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what's so bad just to say, like, maybe it's me and I'm being a redact, but is it really difficult just to say, I quit comedy, I'd have a lot of free time, I'm bored, I was looking for stuff to do, so I decided to just get into like trucks and off-roading and 4x4s and stuff. Isn't that okay to say? As a grown-ass man, like, I'm bored. I don't want to be at home all the time with my fucking kids. I want to have my man things to be into. So I decided to get into trucks, and trucks has got a cool little community about it. People, you know, support each other and shit. There's a cool little bit. Like, why is it so hard to say that? Because it's still true. It's honest. It somehow tells the story of why you got into it without trying to pretend like you're some OG gearhead guy that's always been modding. Like why do you need to add all those lies about I've always been modding cars since I was 16? No, just say I've got money, I've, you know, to do what I want to do. Why not fucking do it? You know, why not? It's odd. It's an odd thing to lie about. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Back to the video.
More into it. I looked into it. Maybe I should do a giveaway. Maybe I should do a giveaway. Do I do a giveaway so you guys can win this Ford Lightning that I've hooked up? Or do
I love how he can't pronounce most words, but then he says lightning like that. He enunciates it that way. I love how he purposely doesn't pronounce some words, but then he says lightning.
I do like a Raptor build?
Yo, big up Austin Casey. Appreciate it, brother.
Do you think Papa's wife knows about Chang's?
Do I think Papa's wife knows about Chang's? Yeah, definitely. 100%. 100%. She's the one that's more... like, I think it's easier to ignore that sort of shit when you're busy. Or when you pretend you're busy and all that sort of shit. She's the one that doesn't really have much to do. She's always on her phone. She's clearly kind of obsessed with being like a fake faux celebrity type person. So I definitely think she's aware of it. And I'm also think, as much as I love the T-Fat-K subreddit, there are some freaks on there. So I'm sure some of those weirdos and freaks have definitely sent her links directly to her DMs. Like, oh, check this out. I mean, like, I'm sure they've done that. So she's definitely 100% seen it. 1,000,000% seen it. I'm almost certain of it. I'm almost certain. Big Austin Casey.
Make it turn into a single cab or TRX and a single cab. I think it'd be fun to start with the Lightning. There's a lot of...
He didn't even the video cut. Honestly, he does everything so haphazard. Or so haphazardly. He didn't even complete the video or his thought. He just rambled for nothing, thinking about giving it away. Anyway, bunch of nonsense. The car definitely has its issues. All the problems you documented with it. I don't drive. I don't even have a fucking license. But even if he gave this away, I wouldn't want it. I don't know if you guys are the same in the fucking stream chat. What do you guys think? If Brendan was giving his car away for free, would you want it? It sounds like a fucking headache. You'd probably spend a lot of money keeping it on the road or keeping it fucking running. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would you want that headache, even if it is for fucking quote unquote free? Which I'm sure there must be some sort of like benefit to that, right? A tax benefit to giving away a car for free. Maybe it's already a car. It's already a tax. Maybe it's already a tax write-off. So you're essentially just, giving away something that is technically free to you. So maybe that's the whole reason why he's doing it. Who knows? But I find it bizarre. I find it strange. Another way to sort of like act like a good. And again, for me, it's like more so the annoying thing about it is like it's another attempt to try and act like a good guy without actually doing good guy things or without actually putting in the work to be a good person. Let me do all the things that I know somebody that I rate as a good guy, as in Rogan in his head, does, and let me just copy that, as opposed to let me try and emulate his characteristics or whatever, or his way of walk, or his way of kind of conduct himself in the world and whatever it may be. No. I'm just gonna copy how he acts, and then hope that copying of how he acts can make people know that I'm also a good guy. Like, that's not how it works, really. Big up Assad Aziz.
Fun fact: in the early days of TFOTK, when he was still fighting, he drove a Prius. Gearhead modded every car B.
Exactly. Perfect point to make there. Perfect point. I love that. Actually, maybe that's the Prius he's sitting in, one of the cars we saw earlier. But yeah, perfect point. But yeah, he definitely drove a Prius. We know this to be sure. So imagine being a gearhead and then saying you drove a Prius, but then pretending you didn't. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing just to say, hey, I have money. I've got loads of free time. I need a new hobby because I quit stand up, so I went into fucking off-road cars and pickup trucks. Like, who gives a fuck? But this whole pretending, oh, I've been modding cars since I was 16 is like, really, dude? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. But yeah, he's got a new one already. Let's actually see some of the comments on this anyway. He's got a new truck. He's already built and purchased there. Something wicked this way comes. What? Something wicked this way comes. Let's not flip this one. Is this like a lyric? Something wicked this way comes. Or is that like brain fart shit? Go fast, don't die, them the rules. Well, let's see the comments here. You can have all the money in the world, but you can't buy your seat at the table. Poser. Wow. You can tell Cat doesn't work there anymore because these comments are like the first ones. Fucking hell. Bro always trying to fit in with the new fads, LMAO. Rogan's truck. How do people spend their time throwing hate on Instagram posts? Y'all need a hug. Okay, Sean. You know, you're obviously better than us, right? Ooh. As the person called The Chop says the blue. Let's go, baby. Glad to have you on the Rigid Nation, homie. You know. Did you get another TRX RAM? We needed more videos, just not rolling them. Okay, cool. Keep it shiny, side up, mate. Congrats, man. I don't think you'd be able to top the last one. That color is fire. Delete all the factory set safety and you'll be fine. Haha. That's actually hilarious. Delete all the factory safety settings. That boy thick. What does he fuck up first? Let's see what the reply is on there. Doesn't say. Nah, Raptor R looks harder. Not me just finding out that it's them the rules, not dim the rules. Someone dim my lights now, okay? At this rate, you probably got less time on Earth than a... Wow. This is... His comments are wild. At this rate, you probably got less time on Earth than a stage 4 cancer patient. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, Papa. That boy thick. Same truck fixed or new truck? Rogan's truck. Go again. Nice. Not gonna flip it. Raptor R looks better. Should have went for the GT house exhaust instead. Sick. Hate those front lights though. Yo, man, you can have all the money. Okay, cool. But Jesus, bro, the fucking comments are brutal, innit? Absolutely brutal. This first one, you can have all the money in the world, but you can't buy your seat at all tables. Poser. Fuck me, this guy fucking lit him up. Miguel Skywalker, bro, you're being too mean. What's the need of that? Butt ass motherfucker. What else? What was the other one to say? Bro, always trying to fit in with the new fads. LMAO. Bumberatted. What's that? You're sipping on the haterade so hard you don't even know it. If you were in the hater, you wouldn't have made that post. Okay, we get it. We get it. Everyone's a hater. Everyone's a hater. Bloody hell, but yeah. New truck incoming. You're gonna see it soon. I actually like this one, to be fair. I like this color. Obviously the sandblast cream one was probably the best, but I really like this color. I think it works well in this navy. What do you guys think? I like the blue, especially with the silver rims. That looks really cool. What do you guys think? I like it. Looks really cool. Me like it. I'm not mad at it at all. I'm not mad at it in the slightest. I'm not mad at it in the fucking slightest. Okay, let's move on. Talk about cars. Let's do the fucking blue collar guy interview, because I need to watch that. I haven't watched that yet. Let's watch this because this is gonna be good. Big up Keith T. Big up fucking Keith T. Motherfucking Keith T. My computer's going a bit crazy. Let it kind of slow down. Then we're gonna do a big up little Keith T section. Let me see if I can find it here. Not that one. Yeah, cool. There we go. Let's pop this one open and let's go. If you enjoy the show, you like what you see, make sure you definitely hit the like button down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. And we're gonna be watching. Big up Keith T. I appreciate you.
Do you remember when he made fun of Malik for driving a Toyota Corolla and said Malik's Rolex was trash?
Yeah, true. I love the fucking knowledge and the law. Yeah, very, very true. I remember that, yeah. Do you remember he was hating on Malik for fucking booking that Xbox commercial? He was hating on him for training at Floyd Mayweather's gym. Like, he used to hate Malik. But I wish I could find the clip and I'm gonna look for it now because I'm gonna have some time to look for it. I'm gonna look for it, but I want someone to find, or if someone finds it before me, there's an origin clip of when Brendan first started hating Malik, and the origin clip is an episode of T-Fat-K where Bryan talks about Malik for the first time, because Malik B was Bryan Callen's opener, and Brendan used to always sort of like, Bryan, you know how Bryan is with men and their bodies and shit. He'd always be talking glowingly about this black dude with his body. Oh my god, da da da. And Brendan used to hate it. And in one particular episode, they spoke about Malik for the first time, and then they brought up his Instagram and showed him. And I think this is back when, you know, his Instagram had a lot of pictures of him topless and shit, doing athletic shit. And Brendan was just sitting there kind of, you know, not really reacting much to what he was seeing on the screen. So Brendan's always hated Malik from the minute he saw him. Number one, he's always hated him. And I don't really know why. Maybe it's because he's black, maybe because he's more athletic than him. I'm not too sure. But that origin clip is hilarious. Like, he legitimately just sat there and just didn't really say too much. But yeah. Let's continue. This is Brendan on some guy's podcast called The Blue Collar Guy or something. What's his name again? Let's see if I got it here on the thing. Something called The Blue Collar Guy. He's got his new podcast out there. He's got Brendan on his show. The episode's only got like 300 or so views on it. So he's a small creator. Let's see what Brendan was doing on this guy's show, trying to pretend to be a blue collar working class guy. I find it all fucking hilarious. Let's get it playing.
So I was like, this thing's not fast enough. You know, I got it to about 1,200 horsepower. So I go to do, you know, just a simple jump it, and that thing, you know, flips over, man. A side airbag hits me in the head. If you see it on my truck, it's American made.
Welcome back to the greatest blue collar podcast in the world. I have a special guest for you guys today. Now, this was my first podcast I've done virtually because my guest is located in California.
Oh, he seems so nervous. Even in the intro, talking by himself. Big up this guy, bless him. But he seems so nervous. Even speaking home alone with no one, or maybe Brendan's on the call, that's why he's nervous, but he seems really nervous, even speaking like this with no one else on camera. Bless him.
His name is Brendan Schaub. He is a former top 10 UFC heavyweight fighter. I'm a huge UFC fan. However, that's not why I brought him on the podcast.
I'm a huge UFC fan. However, I'm not a huge UFC fan of him. I'm a huge fan of the UFC, but I don't give a fuck about his UFC career. Oh,
because he is also an automotive enthusiast, and he's starting to create content behind his passion of automobiles and building and souping up different vehicles and creating content behind it. He has a new channel called Toontown, and he also recently...
How much of a car guy you have to be to have a wall full of like car badges? Is that really a thing that people do? It's like walking into a guy's room who's a skateboarder and he's got like all these fucked up decks from all over the years hung on his wall. It's like, just throw them away. If they're broken, you cunt. Big up Stingagoo.
Someone stole your idea of top 10 Brendan lies.
Really? Oh, man. I talk too much, man. I talk too much and I don't put enough action. It's okay. It's only an idea. Good luck to the person. But I speak too much. Big up Stingagoo. But yeah, do you guys have this? A wall full of like car badges and shit? Emblems, logos? Is that a thing? Or is that just his podcast studio thing set up? It looks a bit... Is that in your house? You just got like a wall full of like... What? Like a Kia logo? Honda? Like, come on, bro.
He raced in the Mint 400 off-road race. I think it's located right outside of Las Vegas. We get into that in the podcast as well, so let's get into it. Cool. Well, welcome to the podcast. I know...
Why is this nigga so nervous? You're not interviewing fucking Elon Musk, man. Relax, it's all good, man. It's just BAPA. Come on, chill out.
Most of what you cover a lot is fighting and comedy, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
And huge UFC fan personally, but that's not really why I brought you on here. Wanted to touch. I know
huge UFC fan, but we all know your career was fucking awful. Your record was fucking trash. We don't want to talk about that right now. Huge UFC fan, but what's the point of talking about you? Talking about the UFC with you? We've seen the show, so we've seen your analysis. We've seen your fight picks. We've seen your card breakdowns. We've seen your postcard fucking reviews. We don't need that shit on here.
You're getting more into the automotive field. At least you're wanting to create automotive content, and
Yes, sir.
that's
Yes.
kind of what's that?
I said, yeah, create content around just my trucks, cars, and then racing.
Sure. So,
Imagine saying that so proudly when you just. Anyway, that laugh is fucking amazing. What happened to the bikes? Huh? What happened to the running? What happened to the whiskey? What happened to that lifestyle?
just so my audience kind of has a little background, just to kind of know who you are. I know you played college football, then you ended up in the UFC, top 10 heavyweight, and then you went into
top 15, by the way.
Comedy, podcasting.
Still top 10, I know, but you know.
And now you're starting Toontown, which is your automotive channel.
Technically, it's not top 10 if you're top 15, but you know what I mean.
Correct?
Correct. Yeah, I think you covered it all, man. A lot of I'm like that. 9 lives of careers here.
Yeah, gotcha.
How do you say careers, by the way? Careers. Do you say careers or careers? Careers. Careers? Careers. Big up Ricky Picture, appreciate you. Okay, I don't know why he's nervous because his ass is gonna. Okay, I think because you said ass. Your super chat is he's nervous because he knows his ass is gonna be on Chang's. Yeah, probably that might explain it. He's breathing really heavily. Also, is he Muslim? Is he celebrating Ramadan, or does he just look, or has he just got his hat backwards? What do you guys think in the stream chat? Is this guy Muslim? Is he currently observing Ramadan, or is he just a white guy with his hat backwards? Please tell me in the stream chat. What do you think? Is his name actually Muhammad, or is it Michael?
Gotcha. So tell me about this TRX accident. That's kind of what caught my attention.
Yeah, man. What's funny about that is I've always been into cars. You know, I've
Big up, worked hard. I'm in London, my friend. London town. Hope you're well, my friend.
You name it, I've had it. Exotics, all sorts of stuff. And
exotics. I've had Mexicana, Mexi chicks, Iti chicks, SB chicks, ferry cars, right? Exotics.
I've had my first car was a F-150 out of Ford F-150 flare side, Triton V8, the 5.4 liter. So that was my I've always been a truck guy. And then
what? When did you have a Ford F-150?
I had a Raptor a few years.
Was that his first truck? Okay, I guess it's technically one of his first. He's trying to make it seem like he had that when he was in school or something.
So a pretty souped up Raptor, and then I kind of lean towards Stellantis and Mopar, Dodge, Ram especially, because everyone was kind of going to V6 and getting rid of, you know, the big V8 blocks, and they doubled down. You know, they tossed the Hellcat engine, the TRX. I was like, oh, that's cool. I like that. And then they started tossing the Hellcat in the Durango and into the Trackhawk, and then obviously the Challengers, and then they release a 1,025 horsepower Demon. So it just spoke to my soul. When everybody's going electric, Dodge, Stellantis, Ram was going this way. I went, those are my people. So I got a TR.
This whole like electric is like a soy boy thing, or if you drive electric car, you're a Democrat, and if you drive a V8 gas guzzling car with pistons and shit, that somehow you're like a red-blooded American, like a true American, a Republican. It's so insane. He's attaching so much importance to this shit. Is just what? They're cars, brother. What do you like to drive? Do you like to drive gas cars, electric cars, hybrids? whatever. Just drive what you like to drive. It's not really that deep.
So I was like, this thing's wild. And I have issues. I fought grown men in a steel cage in my underwear. So I was like, this thing's not fast enough. So then I got it to about 1,200 horsepower. 1,200 horsepower, fly horsepower. And this thing was a monster. The most violent vehicle I've ever owned. I was obsessed with it. Obsessed. Best vehicle I've ever driven. It was the funnest. My kids loved it. I drop them off at school, pick them up. It sounded like a Banshee. It was my favorite. I had the Sandblast edition. Ken Block is the one who kind of put me onto the Sandblast. He was one of my heroes. So,
do you think he's watched a single race where Ken Block was racing ever in full? RIP to Ken Block, by the way. Do you think he has any idea? Do you think he can like name the races Ken Block participated in, won, iconic races, moments, interviews? Do you really think he knows anything about Ken Block, or is he just name dropping him because of the tragic circumstances around his death? Do you think he actually knows the guy? Like a hero? A hero? I doubt that.
I got the Sandblast, souped it all up. Everyone's like, oh, it's just a street princess. It's just a street princess. And I was like, no, it's not. So then
who said there's a street princess, by the way? Who said that? Or is that a thing that people say about pickup trucks? Is that a thing people say about pickup trucks? I don't know. I get the impression that, maybe you tell me in the stream chat if I'm chatting on my shit, chatting on my ass. I get the impression that most people who drive pickup trucks in America are similar to people who drive like Range Rovers in the UK. No one who drives Range Rovers in the UK goes off-road or goes and, whatever, is driving it on a farm or whatever. It's usually just mums driving their kids to and from school, doing the groceries run, going shopping and shit. No one's really using the car for what it's meant for. So you can't really, it's a bit, how can you call somebody a street prince? How can you call somebody who owns those cars a street princess when the majority of people who drive them don't usually use them for what they're used for? You know what I mean? Like, or am I bugging out? Or do most people that drive pickup trucks actually use pickup trucks to tow stuff, to carry stuff from A to B? Like, is that the case? I get the impression pickup trucks are like a style thing as well. Just like, people just prefer to, I don't know. Yeah, 9% of them are family haulers. Okay, yeah. So who's telling him that he's a street princess then? He's just making stuff up. It's 50-50 in the States. Probably that used them as truck. Okay, fair enough. It's Papa filling his face full of filler. Looks at, yeah. Of course. You know the answer to that. Josie, you know the answer. You know the answer to what you're asking. You know the answer deep down. We all don't want to believe it, myself included. I don't want to believe or picture this man sitting on a chair somewhere getting his face filled, right? Like, it's just insane sight. But we know the truth. We know what happens. We know why he looks the way he looks. We know. Deep down we know. My husband had a pickup truck. He had just drove it, and it was nice when we needed it to move. Yeah, I'm sure they're lovely things. Big up Theodore. Appreciate you.
Ken Block walked up to Brendan at an airport and said, "Aren't you that white boy that drives too fast?"
Nah. Let's relax on the Ken Block hype. Let's relax on the Ken Block jokes. R.I.P. to him, man. But that was fucking hilarious. Not too much on Ken Block. He's a fucking legend. But yeah, I big up Theodore. Appreciate you, brother.
So then I decided to go to Johnson Valley, where King of the Hammers is at, 2 weeks before the Kings of Hammer event. Now, before we get to the wreck, you gotta realize, like, my boys are like Ryan at Kibby Tech, Ramsey at King Shocks, BJ Baldwin, all these people in the off-road space all asked me to go with them and off-road and film the content. But I was really impatient, and I was like, I got this. I grew up in Denver.
By the way, his way of approaching racing trucks and not wanting to take the advice or the direction or the suggestions of actual experts in their field is the same thing that happened to him in stand-up comedy. When Bryan Callen revealed that secret that, no, everybody told him not to do the Gringo Pappy. Everybody told him not to do fucking You'd Be Surprised, and he still did it. And if anything, he thought Rogan and Callen were jealous of him. That's why they were telling him not to take the Showtime deal. So he actually does have people in his corner giving him good advice or trying to steer in the right direction. He just chooses not to listen to them. That's the insane thing about Brendan. He's got good people in his corner. He just chooses not to listen to them and just does his own thing. So yeah, I don't need this, guys. I can figure it out on my own. I grew up in Denver, the mean streets of Denver, right? Denver's basically Compton. I can handle everything.
Yeah, take me off-roading in an old school Bronco Eddie Bauer. I got this. So I go out by myself and one other shooter. I go by myself, and we're shooting the whole day. It's you know.
Big up Ricky Picture.
Where is he going to use his truck in LA?
I don't know. Let's not even try to think too deep on these things. I don't know. It's a really nice truck though, right? We all know it's a really nice truck, but I don't know. Like school run, baseball, right? Maybe the kids might need a lift all the way to the next game to face other Mexi kids. I don't know. But yeah. Seems like a lot of money to be spent to basically haul your kids to and from school and for you to go to and from a podcast studio. But you know, I could be wrong.
It's going over everything I needed. I'm like, this is dope, you know, with the big tires, the King Shock suspension.
You're just trying to make dope content basically with the truck.
Yeah, content's always second. It's about me having fun and just making sure the truck is
Yeah, right. Content second. Content's first. Come on.
doing what it's intended to do. So I'm out there for 4 hours, right?
Gotcha.
Day's over. One of my producers go, you know what, dude? To wrap up the show, we just need one shot of you doing like a dope donut and taking off. And we're on the flatbed, like the Soggy Lake area, it's all flat.
Yep.
And I go, dude, I'm really tired, man. It's like 4 o'clock. We've been out here all day. Like, you have enough content. He goes, come on, dude, just one more. I'm like, all right, forget it. Let's do it one more. So they
By the way, I don't believe this version of the story either. He probably wanted to keep going. They probably told him to stop, and then it happened. I don't believe this story that he was the reluctant fucking participant at all. The way he lies about things is so transparent. I don't believe this version of the story at all.
About and like BJ Baldwin, everyone told me that like if you put it in Baja mode and you hold down the traction control for 10 seconds, it turns off traction control. I'm like, dope. So I can do donuts because a lot of people don't understand. I'm sure you do and your listeners do, but mine don't. Sure. They don't understand that the TRX is a 4-wheel drive truck at all times. So even when you turn off the traction control, with the amount of horsepower and the amount of spin those tires get, the computer goes, hold up, there's an issue. So it locks in traction control no matter what you do.
Why are you trying to explain to us what traction control is? We know what traction control is. We could see what happened via the video. We could tell that you don't understand how traction control works in your own car. You can't drive a car maybe with that sort of power, and you don't really know how to do donuts, because how do you do a donut from a stationary position, turn the steering wheel and then put your foot on the pedal? That's not how donuts work. And let's actually rewatch the video one more time, because this guy's fucking lying, and I don't know why he's lying, because it doesn't make any sense. But one more time, that fucking video, right? I'm pretty sure he's stationary, turns the steering wheel, then puts his foot on the accelerator, then he wonders why the car fucking tips over when it's got full traction control on. Like, hello? Like, anybody with sense. And again, I don't even drive. I don't even have a fucking license, and I know if you do that, you're likely to fucking tip your car over. But I could be wrong. Let's see if I can find this. There it is. Here it is, right? Here's the clip. I flipped my truck. Let's get it up on here. I'm pretty sure he turns the steering wheel and then it sort of like flips. Let's see here. I'm right. Let's put the bit. It's somewhere around here, right? Towards the end. No, there is somewhere around here. Is it here or there? Maybe it's there.
But you know what?
I'm sure.
Okay, let me lower the sound a bit. I'm sorry if it's too loud for you guys. You see, like, how is that a donut? And also, let's just also make this another insight here. It's very suspicious to me that there's no shot of him rolling the truck from the outside. It's always this angle from the inside. There's no just pan shot of him stationary and it just rolling over, because I think that angle makes it look far worse. It makes it look way more redacted that he actually just doesn't know how to drive his car, doesn't know how to handle that type of power, and he just flipped it and writ it off because of his inability to drive, basically. It's a user error. Because this angle on the inside makes it look more dramatic, but if you actually think about it, watch the video. Watch the video again. Just watch it clearly here. He's clearly stationary. He's not doing anything. Right? Look here. No! Look. He's literally stationary. He turns his steering wheel, then he puts his foot on the accelerator and thinks he's gonna do a donut. That's not how donuts work. I swear to God, that's not how they work. You don't just turn and then it kind of just like, he thinks he's playing a computer game. One more time, because that is fucking insane how bad of a driver he is. Look.
Oh no!
It's the fact that he got knocked out by the airbag. That's hilarious. It's proof that, I know the airbags hit hard, but it's proof that Brendan is like, maybe it's a good thing he doesn't do celebrity boxing. If he got punched in the head once, he'd really got out, innit? I know he's a trained fighter, I know he's a killer, I know he'd kill most people in the world, but I think the damage he suffered in the UFC, he's still showing effects of it, because he instantly got knocked out by the airbag. I know airbags hurt, I get it, but he instantly got fucking knocked out and then kind of awoken again by the fucking spinning and shit. So it's probably a good thing he's not taking part in those celebrity boxing matches, because he might get truly embarrassed, especially by somebody smaller than him that just kind of clipped him on the head and then he's fucking out. You know what I mean? One more time.
Oh
no! One of the best videos ever, I swear to God. Unironically, one of the best fucking videos ever. Oh, fucking love it. I love this guy.
I didn't know this. I thought when you turn it off, that bitch is off.
Right.
Wrong. So I go to do, just a simple donut, and that thing.
So he's saying there's no way you can turn off traction control. I also don't believe this. Again, someone told me in the stream chat if he's chatting shit. He's trying to suggest that there's no way you can turn off traction control on a car that has traction control. Doesn't seem believable to me.
Flips over, man.
He probably just doesn't know how to do it.
Completely told my TRX that I've had for about 6 months, building and everything. That was the first time I took off road. So I flipped it. That was in January. That was January 6th. And so going through the whole insurance, that off-road insurance, thank God. Insurance asked us not to post till everything was finalized and we got the payout and everything. I thought the video would do okay. It's not like there's crazier wrecks out there.
By the way, this fake humility thing I also despise. I was really happy the video did well. Like, just what is it? I didn't know come on, man. You're holding it back because you knew it was a spicy video. You knew it would do well. Like, let's not pretend come on. Like, again, this whole fake humility, humble brag thing is so lame. Just be honest for once.
Whatever.
Sure,
sure. It's not like I'm Tom Cruise. I'm not that famous. So in my head, I'm like,
no, you
this
think
might do like
Cruise.
500,000 views.
You think you're Tom Cruise,
dude? Last we checked, the team checked between my channels, social media, other people's social media. We're over 50 million views on that thing.
Holy shit! I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
it's a wild video, though. It's a wild video.
It's pretty wild. To me, the thing is I escaped kind of on
I wasn't hurt that bad, but what you can't see in the videos, like as it's going upside down in my head, I'm like, you idiot, dude, you're gonna die like this doing a stupid donut. And so as I'm going through the air, in my head, I'm thinking this thing's gonna crash on top of me. It's so heavy. So in midair, I released my seatbelt. A lot of people.
By the way, why does he keep saying this? This didn't happen. Can somebody explain why he keeps lying that he somehow mid-air pushed his seatbelt? Like, what is this lie? Please, someone tell me, what is this fucking lie? What is this lie?
Like, I'm wearing a seatbelt. Yes, I was. Mid-air, I released the seatbelt, and I go to get out, but if you see in the video, the side airbag hits me in the head.
Yeah,
and I've been hit by Noguera, Ben Rothwell.
Nah, I can't do this lie. I can't do this lie. What is this still up there? It's still here, right? There's not, he doesn't unclip his seatbelt. That's a lie. Look, he gets.
Starting emergency call to the SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press.
Hold on. Maybe there's a bit there. Maybe I missed it. Maybe he's telling the truth. Is that his hand there? Is that his hand there? Maybe that's his hand. Did he unclip it there? Is that what he's talking about? Is that what he's talking about? That's why he unclipped it. Has he even got his seatbelt on in the first place? Has he got it on? Yeah, he's got his seatbelt on, doesn't he? You can see his seatbelt there. You can definitely see his seatbelt. Yeah, he's got his seatbelt on there. You can definitely see his seatbelt. He flips it. Alright, he's over. He's flipping. Nah, he didn't unclip his, but I don't. Nah, fuck. This guy thinks he's fucking John Wick. Nigga thinks he's Jason Bourne. Look at him. He's got his hands in the air like he doesn't care.
Starting emergency call to the SOS service provided by the manufacturer.
Okay, now he takes it out, but he didn't do it midair. Honestly, the lies, man. The fucking lies from this guy.
Oh, Mirko Krokop, Gabriel Gonzaga, Roy Nelson, you name it.
Yep.
Nothing's hit me harder than that damn side airbag, dude. It really, and I thought I was fine because I get out and then I was just like staring out into the desert there, and it hit me. And my producer was like, "Man, you look concussed, dude." And I was like, "No, I'm fine." And then as the days went bad, it was like one of the worst, just lingering concussions I've ever had. It probably took 2 months before I was able to shake it off.
Wow. So
he shouldn't be fighting ever. Honestly, he should be nowhere near those celebrity boxing fights. Everything, like, stay far away from it because he'd get embarrassed. Imagine if he tried to fight Jake Paul or something. I know he's much bigger, but
you weren't out cold though, because it looked like you were still
Flash.
moving.
Yeah,
just a flash,
like a boom, and then I was like,
"Gotcha."
Geez. But it happened so fast, I didn't realize it. The other thing is, I replaced the steering wheel. I put like a TRX racing carbon fiber steering wheel with Alcantara leather or Alcantara on there, and installing it, either I missed or I'm not gonna throw anybody under the bus. So let's just say I did it. We didn't connect the airbag, so that front airbag was not connected.
Gotcha.
I would have went off, which could have been bad or good, but that's how we figured out that was not installed correctly.
Did you have an airbag light on the dash or anything?
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's what's alarming. Yeah, you would.
That's
think.
weird. Yeah. Normally, if the airbag's disconnected, it's gonna put that warning light up.
Yeah, because I just replaced the steering wheel in my Ford Lightning. I have a 2004 Ford Lightning. I put an all Alcantara race steering wheel in that. I installed that myself, and as soon as you are
installing a fucking steering wheel, how difficult is that to really do? Why is he acting like he's fucking changing a fucking suspension, as if he's fucking changing, I don't know, like an exhaust, as if he's legitimately rebuilding an engine? Like, how hard is it to change a steering wheel? Surely it's just like some screws on the front, and then you just kind of click it in. No, like, why is he acting like he's actually like building this car from scratch? Like, install the steering wheel. You bought a steering wheel from fucking Amazon. It gets delivered. You unwrap it. you take off the other one. You kind of it's probably got like there's probably a way to click in the steering wheel so it doesn't ever end up upside down. There's probably a way that it has to kind of get like there's probably a bolt that's a certain shape. You match it up, and then Oh, this guy's brilliant, man.
With that airbag, that light's going
instantly.
Yeah. Airbag. On the TRX, no. So I don't know.
That's odd. That's very odd. What are you going to do with that Lightning? What's the game plan with that?
Yeah, so the Lightning, when I was in high school, that was like my dream car, but no parents buy get a Lightning unless you grow up super rich. So I always wanted one, and then as I started going, I found one in Arizona, and they were tough to find, man. There was like a lot of them with like they would say like 40,000 miles, 50,000 miles. Then I'd fly out to Texas or wherever, Nashville. You get there, and someone clearly messed with the odometer and had like 200,000 miles. It's all rusted on the bottom. So I found this gentleman. He was actually on Deadliest Catch, the older guy on there. I don't watch the show, but he's on Deadliest Catch. He bought it, and he bought it in 2006. So it was second owner, and it only had 22,000 miles on it. And so I went out there and I talked to him over the phone, and the seller was like, "Yeah, completely stock, man," because I want stock.
Oh, so he's finally admitting that he went out there. Remember, he lied and said he sent his team to go out there and see it. So now he's starting to admit. Honestly, he's fucking liars. Like, now he's admitting that he went to Arizona and he picked up this pickup truck. Before he lied and said he didn't, and his team went to go and pick it up. Now he's admitting it.
Anybody's own tuning, because who knows?
Right. You don't know what you're getting into once you start buying something fully modified.
Dude, out on Tango.
The guy from Deadliest Catch. Exactly. Great story. The guy from Deadliest Catch, not the main guy, the other guy. He bought this car. Yeah, like, oh, fucking hell.
All that bullshit, if that's what they did to it.
Yeah.
So he's like completely stocked. I'm like, cool, man. So me and my son fly out to Phoenix, Arizona. We get there, and right when I look at
Yo, big up Joel from MIA. Big up Joel from MIA. Hope you're well, my friend.
They turn it on, I'm like, there's no way that thing's stocked. Like, it just sounded different. The hood was different, which is whatever. And so we popped the trunk, and it had, or popped the hood, and it had freaking, a bigger throttle body on it. It had headers on it. It was tuned. The fuel, the whole thing was kind of modified.
It was tuned. What does that even mean? It was tuned. We opened the hood and it was tuned. He's such a poser. What does that mean? It was tuned. What does that mean? When you open the hood and it's not stock, it's been tuned. What?
I was drove me nuts, but still only 22,000 miles. But I remember pulling out in Phoenix, and in my head, remember when I was in high school in 2004, 2006, 99.
It was tuned. That's what I'm saying, Keith T. I know what tuning means. I know what people technically do when they want to tune a car, right? We all know. We can all surmise what he means. But he was talking about, his context was the weird one, because he said, we realized the car wasn't stock. We opened the hood, we popped up in the hood, and we could see that it was tuned. What does tuning a car have to do with it not being stock? Like, that's what doesn't make any sense. Oh, he's a legend. Is it me, or am I, again, maybe I'm looking too much deep into it. This pause, is it me, or does his face look kind of droopy? Is that the Ozempic thing? He's got like it's almost like he's wearing a face on top of his face. Do you get it? It's like a little bit like, or am I seeing things? What do you guys think? From this particular pause, his face is like, it's almost like it's hanging off his face.
2004 is when that Lightning was made by Ford. That was the fastest production truck of all time. But this is 20 years. Dude, I get on that thing and I floor it on the Phoenix Highway. I'm like, that's slow as shit.
Yeah.
But they're slow, whether it was good to go or not.
Yeah.
It had a fuel pump issue, major fuel pump issue.
Gotcha.
So it wasn't nowhere near
what it was supposed to be. So I get it back to
What did this guy even ask him? Do you guys remember? What did this interviewer even ask Brendan? Why is he just going on this ramble for 10 minutes? What did this guy even ask him as a question? Yeah, gotcha. What did this guy even ask him as a question? What did he actually ask him?
LA. We put on the dyno, and that's how I found out the fuel pump was really screwed. It was pulling, like, again, all these TRXs and Raptor R's are on this dyno, and they're pumping out these crazy numbers. I go, let me get the lightning on there. Check this out. First pull, it did like 120. Second pull did like 130. So it's just a fuel pump issue.
Gotcha.
But it's a 20-year-old truck, so it took us a hot second to get this thing
Josie, he asked him what his plans were for the truck, and he's still going. God damn it, bro. Big up Josie, but wow. That's the question. He's still fucking going about, I don't know what he's doing. Big up Theodore, appreciate you, brother.
Brenda, stick to Forza Motorsport B.
Yes. Stick to Forza. That's a great, by the way, great game. Never met him. Great fucking game. Never met him. Big up Theodore. Stick to Forza. That's so rude. Stick to Forza.
So long story short, shoot, what are we, 2 months out now since we started working on it? We put Whipple sent us the 2.9 blower, fuel injectors, we did rods, pistons, we're redoing the suspension. I painted it orange, wrapped orange.
You wrapped the whole truck.
Wrapped the whole truck. Yep.
Nice.
Truck orange. It's like it's almost that Go Mango orange from Mopar.
Gotcha.
So we've done some stuff to it. Again, I just got it back, got it tuned from Full Throttle Customs. It dynoed out about it was like 640 flywheel horsepower. So it's a lot. It's a lot for a 20-year-old truck, but it's still not, it's not like kick you in the pants. It's just a different vibe. It's a great vibe. It's fun.
Right.
My kids love it. The three of us sit on the bench seating and have a blast. But compare the TRX, and then I have a Demon 172. So when you're messing with those, then you jump in a 20-year-old truck, it's just a different vibe.
Completely different. Now those old Lightnings, those were only.
Didn't you know that before you bought the truck? If you want this truck since you were a kid, weren't you aware that it was a completely different truck from the cars that you're driving that are all brand new cars? Wouldn't you be aware that a 20-year-old car wouldn't kick you in the pants, like you said? Like, honestly, this is a bizarre world.
Rear wheel drive, or were those 4-wheel drive? I can't remember.
Rear wheel, only rear wheel.
Rear wheel, yeah. So getting traction with 600 horsepower, and that's probably tough too. Unless you put slicks on it.
Yeah, it has slicks on the back. It has Mickey Thompson 325s on the back. Yeah.
Gotcha. Because otherwise it'd be useless. It would just be sitting there spinning.
Correct.
Gotcha. Very cool. And you have the Demon as well, you said. You got all the toys.
Yeah, all the American toys, man. I'm like, as I get older, it's just I'm all about American, and I'm just so proud of like these American muscle cars and
Republican Brendan. He's in his Republican phase now, right? I'm American, MAGA cars.
I think they're the best of the best, and that it just, I think with the climate we're in politically and everything going on, it's just pushed me over. Where if it's not American made, it's not a V8, fuck off.
It's tough.
Yeah.
That's a.
It's tough. But honestly, I wish I could be that simple. I really do. I think there's something beautiful, something quite peaceful, something quite serene, something quite comforting about being this basic, where you legitimately tie your entire sense of patriotism, your sense of self to like the cars that you drive and shit and the stuff that you buy. If it's not American made, it's like, bruh, most of the stuff you own is probably made in China. Like, what is all of this nonsense? What stance are you making by having a fucking Dodge? Was it a 170? That car he's got, a neon green one. Like, what are you actually saying about the great country that you live in? What political statement are you making? what line in the sand are you actually drawing, really? Because you have like a nice pickup truck. So again, you have very nice cars, but what do they really like? What do they actually say? Apart from you have money to buy nice things. Like what? What does this even mean? Because you'd imagine if you're making that point, honestly, you'd be like, with the way the world is at the moment, and with the things that's happened to me personally, and how I've seen people react to it, and the way that the media is put, like, you'd have some sort of like weight behind what you're saying, some depth, because of your own personal experiences, because of your history, because of the things you've seen around you, things that have been affecting your friends, the industry that you worked in, the projects that you had planned that got scuppered because of so and so and so and so. There'd be like a weight to your story. There'd be a kind of substance to what you're saying. But I've been politically, things have been bad, so I went and bought all these nice toys to make me feel better about myself. Now I'm more American than ever. Maybe there is a point to that. Maybe there is a point to that is part of the American sort of like, because again, I'm not American, so I wouldn't know, but maybe that's part of it. Maybe there is something to be said for like, hey, we're going through bad times. I'll make myself feel better. Gonna buy a burger, have a steak, drive, buy a new pickup truck. Maybe. Who knows?
Thing. I was originally going to call my podcast the Blue Collar America Podcast, and I was going to focus on just getting American-made sponsors.
Love it.
I thought he was going to say I was going to focus on just interviewing white people. That would have been so good. I really wanted to say I was going to focus on just interviewing white people. That would have been so good. I was going to focus on interviewing just white people, and that guy. Actually, coming to think about it, do we think part of the reason why Brendan is doing this whole like grift is because he wants to look more white? Is that possible? Could Brendan possibly be shaving his mustache in a certain way, wearing certain trucker hats, wearing certain garage merch, no more jerseys, he's got white tees on now and jeans and no fancy shoes? Do you think he's purposely doing that so he looks more white? And not like Hispanic and shit? Like he always does, like a bit mixed and shit. Maybe he's fed up. Is that a thing?
I realize how tough that is, though. It's tough.
Bro, so when I first got the TRX together, I had all these companies reach out to send me whatever, suspension, wheels, tires.
Companies.
And I was pretty adamant about only being American made. Like, if it's not American made, I don't want it. So a company...
Don't you find it interesting? I've never heard him say this. I've never heard him categorically say he's always wanted these trucks to be American made only, to have American made only parts. I've only heard him say it now. I've never heard him categorically say, yeah, I bought this truck, I'm going to kit it out. Like, it's almost like it's almost like he's afraid to say these things aloud because he's afraid of the pushback. But when he gets on these smaller platforms, no one's going to see it, he kind of says all this stuff like with his chest, as if he's being a hard nut. But he doesn't really say it on his own platform. I've never heard him say on the Fire and the Kid, I bought this car because I don't like the political climate. I'm starting to lean more right and becoming more right wing or becoming more Republican, whatever it may be. And I also only wanted American made fucking parts. I've never heard him say that on the Fire and the Kid. I love how he picks and chooses where to say his fucking, his rah-rah MAGA shit. He can't do it on his own wall because he's afraid of losing sponsors, which goes against being right-wing, really. If you're going to be right-wing, you've got to say it everywhere. Like, there's no point being right-wing if you can't piss off people, really. You got to say it to piss off people. You got to say it in the situations that you know is going to piss people off and you know you might lose sponsors. That's part of the allure of being right-wing. You kind of want to, be a bit naughty, like, I mean, yeah, Trump 4 more years. You know what I mean? You kind of... The fact that he's not saying it really with his chest is a little bit embarrassing.
I won't mention names. I don't want to throw them under the bus, but they'd say, hey, here's our wheels. So I do the research. I'm like, okay, American made in San Diego. Cool. Then as I start going,
my boy Ryan from Kibby Tech, when I pulled up, he's like me. Everything's, he makes all his stuff in house right up here, right up the street from me here, the best of the best, And he goes, dude, those aren't American. I'm like, yeah, they are. He's like, no, dude, look it up. They sold out. A Chinese company owns them. They're made in China. So like, no, you're crazy, dude. You look it up.
Sure
Good
enough.
luck finding a major brand that's not sourced out of China. Now there is.
Is this actually a thing? Are there guys who actually are trying to build? Is that possible to even do? Can you build out your entire pickup truck for all the parts on it to be completely American made? Is that even possible? I mean everything, down to the bolts, to the rivets, to the fucking pulleys, to the cords, to the trim, to the cushions. Is it actually possible to build your entire pickup truck like that? Is that possible? Because if not, this is all like shit. This is all like a bit of a grift, a bit of a fucking thing to make yourself feel better, but like, I don't know. And also, why does it matter? Like, does it make your car less American because you've got seats that are made in China? Like, if anything, maybe concentrating on the major parts of the car, like the engine, like the suspension, like the wheels, the actual, I don't know, the axles. I don't know, maybe those major parts made American is an important thing, especially the parts that break a lot. But the other things that don't really matter, like the the floor rugs and shit, and I don't know, the spare wheel. What else does that? I don't know.
Called Innovate. The Innovate forged wheels, again, made right up the street. It's two brothers that forge these wheels. It might take you 3 months to get them, but at least it's American made. And you're also going to pay a little more for American made. It's just they gotta make up the cost because they're not sending their business to China. That's why everyone goes to China, because it's cheaper. But if it's cheaper's not good, dude. There's a reason it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Go ahead, but go ahead and do the Mint 400 and jump your truck in those Chinese made wheels.
Yeah. Now I wonder if their materials are sourced in America or if their materials are sourced overseas too, because that's another thing. They could be American made, but the materials could still come from overseas.
Dude, I've done all my homework. So if you see something on my truck, it's for the most part, and some stuff like the electronics, I can't source it in America. But if you see it on my truck,
then it's not American made, is it? If your whole electronics of your car is been sourced from fucking Shenzhen, then it's not fucking American made car, is it? What the fuck is this nonsense? Isn't that completely defeating the purpose of it? And if you can get somebody to forge the wheels of your car in America, why couldn't you technically get somebody to rewire your car that's also American? How's that not possible? I'd imagine forging fucking 4 fucking massive wheels for a pickup truck will be way harder than finding an electrician that can fucking rewire a car. It's like, what? Like, how does this make any sense? Honestly, the things these guys worry about, man.
It's American made.
I guess it's the beauty of having money. You can be into this sort of stuff, innit?
Sourced in America, everything. And that was difficult because I had to rebuild TRX because the insurance in California. Where are you based out of?
St. Louis.
Oh, word. So in California, I don't know how the rules are in anywhere else. I just know California because I live here. In California.
He doesn't know where that is. He doesn't know where that is.
California, if you have a child seat in your car and it flips, they total it out no matter what. There's no argument. Now, my truck was kind of screwed. My initial thought was, I can fix that. I have the guys to fix this. I'll just get they'll cover it, pay it out, and I'll buy the salvage title for whatever, 30, 40 grand. Then I'll fix it. This will be easy. I won't have to pay. This can be dope. But there's frame damage. The engine was kind of pretty messed up when you flip it like that. There's some axle issues. The 4-wheel drive was all messed up. and the offer that for the salvage title just didn't make sense. So they gave me a really good payout. And then, like I said, that happened in January. And then I got my payout probably a month and a half later, went pretty fast. And then my new TRX, I'll pick up today. It's almost done. I'll post it. It's pretty dope.
You doing a similar setup that you had, or doing more?
Similar setup, doing more. Yeah, similar setup, doing more. Didn't learn my lesson. Different color. Didn't go with the sandblast. I got the hydro blue, the blue one. It's gonna be pretty gnarly. Yeah, but same.
That's gotta be a good life, isn't it? To wreck your car and then buy the same exact one. Most people, when you wreck your car, you have to do a bit of a downgrade. I remember it happened to my dad a few times, right? You crash cars or you get in accidents, and you have to have a bit of a downgrade, save some money, and then go buy back the car you had before or buy a similar car, right? Value wise. But this guy flipped his car for his own user error and being a terrible driver, and then went and bought a new one straight away. Fucking hell, bro. Podcasting pays.
Innovate, wheels are on it, different color, more Kibitech stuff, the full King Shock suspension. It's gonna be dope, man. Magnuson Superchargers is taking it March 21st for 2 weeks.
What did he ask Brendan, by the way? Brendan's been talking for 10 minutes. What's the last question he asked Brendan before this? I'm trying to think myself. What did he ask him? I don't know what he asked him. He's still going.
And they're gonna get that thing, pretty rowdy.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Now, I was going to ask you on your Lightning, you said you got it wrapped. How do you feel about the door jams and everything being a different color? Does that bother you?
Dude, I have OCD with only with cars. I have OCD so bad. And I already talked about my wrap. I'm like, dude, we got to fix this. Like when I pop the hood and I have a black hood on it, I always like trucks and cars with black hoods. No matter what color the body is, I like black hoods.
Black hoods.
Like a hot rod look, I guess.
Sure.
But yeah, when you pop the hood and it's silver underneath, drives me nuts.
Big up, Stinagu. Appreciate you.
Wanna be LA influencer to a redneck in 11 months.
It's impressive, isn't it? We have to give Brendan credit, though. We have to give Brendan credit. He's turned into a redneck, not from Austin, but from LA. Let's give the guy credit for that. He's done all of this from LA. He's playing this fucking redneck, blue-collar, middle-class guy in LA still. Pretty impressive. It's not like he went to Austin like fucking Rogan did, suddenly got radicalized in terms of being Republican, being a big Trump guy and all this stuff. No, he's doing it all from the comfort of his own home. He's like, forget all that sports shit, forget being a football guy, forget wearing jerseys. Impressive.
Nuts, dude. And the door jam is nuts.
Yep. Yeah, that's the one thing.
Ruben Rivera, wife loves black hoods too. No. Let's not do that. More respect on Joanna's name, man. Solidarity to Joanna. More respect on Joanna's name. Let's not do that.
Love wraps. I think they're neat, but I hate the door jams and everything being different colors. Bothers me. I have a 2002 Trans Am that I painted years ago. I haven't had time to mess with it lately,
That's a nice
but
car. Wow.
I never pulled the engine to paint the engine compartment, and it's still white, but the car is blue, and it drives me crazy. But eventually, I'll get time to mess with it.
Bro, there'll be certain things on the truck or cars that should, like, if there's chrome on it or there's something different, I can't sleep at night. Like my wife.
Is physically sick when he's away from his kids. Can't sleep at night because what? The door handles are chrome and the rest of the car isn't. Honestly, bro, this guy talks like a fucking valley girl, innit? Like, oh my God, I can't sleep. Oh my God, I'm shaking. Oh my God, I'm literally gonna faint right now. Oh my God, I've worked so hard today. Oh my God, like what? You can't sleep because of chrome. Oh no. God forbid there's some chrome on my expensive car. My fancy car has some chrome on it. Jesus Christ, bro.
She'll be like, what were you doing at night? I'm like, I was covering the chrome on the truck or the car. Like I went down at 2 a.m. and I'm down there pulling them off, painting.
Brendan hates being, honestly, this is another This is another insight into how much this nigga hates being at home. It's kind of sad, bro. I'm gonna say this, and I don't want to sound mean, but it wouldn't surprise me if Brendan loves his kids more than he loves his actual wife. It wouldn't surprise me if Brendan actually loves his kids more than he loves his wife. He fucking hates just hanging with her, like just being chilling. Like so he's actually saying he gets out. He thinks it's a good thing that he gets out of bed, goes to the garage, and starts fixing stuff on his car at 2 in the morning. Why aren't you just talking to your wife? Shooting the shit, showing each other stuff on your phones, maybe doing some adult stuff. Like, why are you going to the guy? Why is that the first thing that you go and do? I can't sleep. I have to go touch the car. I have to go hang out with my actual babies.
I have OCD with that stuff, man.
Yeah,
like my manager just got a
Joe, pardon my take, AZ, but that's how it should be. Nah. Honestly, some of you guys are lucky. I don't know what women you guys hang with or talk with, but I can't imagine being with somebody that would let me leave the bed to go to the garage to play around on my cars at 2 in the morning. I'd get back into the room and it wouldn't be a fucking pillow for me. You know what I mean? My duvet will be on the floor or something. Like, some of you guys are fortunate that you have partners that let you kind of like, do your thing.
A Rocky Ridge Ram, and it's dope. He was like, yeah, it's the blacked out edition, but the
AZ on these symptings. Okay, Super Jello. Sorry, my friend. I forgot I was talking to fucking Andrew fucking Jello, right? Fucking, like Super Tate. My bad, right? My bad. You're the alpha. I'm sorry. My bad. Kakiagi over here, right?
chrome on it. So I see him in Florida. He lives in Florida. I was out there commentating the game bred bare knuckle fights out there.
Yeah.
He put me up in it. And it's like all I can think about. And he's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, dude, we gotta change those freaking decals, dude, in your grill. If it's blacked out, it should be blacked out. Yeah. He's like, who cares?
Free Nubian princesses. Come on, Coyle, man. I couldn't handle that shit, man. I'm not even one of those type of guys that's gonna brag about that sort of stuff. I know some guys brag, yeah, I couldn't handle 3 women in the bed at once at all. Not in the slightest. I'd probably finish in the first 5 minutes anyway. So whoever I get first gets it. The other 2 have to figure it out on their own. Honestly, these guys were like, yeah, I can. Like, I'm not that guy, man. Like, 5 minutes, I'm out. So whoever I roll to, that's who gets it. I'm not that guy. I'm not that fucking guy. I'm not hanging from fucking chandeliers and shit, man. Do you know what I mean? Couple of pumps and missionary. Yeah, I'm done. That's it.
I do, but
he must not be a car guy.
No. He bought it. He's like, it's dope. I'm like, it could be way doper, man.
Yeah. So, how was that Mint 400?
Bro, that was
my 5 minutes is like Brendan Schaub's half-an-hour comedy special. When I say 5 minutes, I mean 3 minutes 57. That's what I mean. 3 minutes 57 seconds. That's what I actually mean when I say 5 minutes.
Experience. So that, I would never recommend anybody flipping their vehicles. It's super dangerous. I would never advise that. But you turn.
Oh, thank you. This is not financial advice, fucking Brendan. Thank you for letting us know flipping your truck isn't a good idea.
Piss in the lemonade. So for me,
what? You piss in the lemonade? Yeah? What do you say?
He must not be a car guy.
No. He bought it. He's like, it's dope. I'm like,
you piss in the lemonade. Dope. Why do you piss in lemonade?
Yeah. So, how was that Mint 400?
Bro, that was an experience. So that, I would never recommend anybody flipping their vehicles.
Okay,
super
good to know.
I would never advise that. But you turn piss into lemonade. So for me, first person I called was BJ Baldwin. He's flipped his truck 1 million times, and he was like, "All right, do this." And he's like, we need, if you're going to do this to trucks, we need to teach you how to properly off road. Like, you can't just go out there, man. I would have told you, don't do donuts in a lifted TRX with traction control. Like, it's literally, that's the only way you're going to learn.
Right.
So,
You live and you learn.
Yep. So he connected me with Matt Martella, who owns the MIP 400. And then he's like, yeah, let's get you some lessons, man. I was like, cool. So I started doing all that. And then they're like, man, you can drive.
Of course they said that. Of course they said that. Of course they said that. Of course. The guy that flipped his truck stationary. The guy that tried to do a donut stationary in a 4x4 truck and had no idea how to turn off the traction control and writ off an entire truck that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. He somehow got racing, or he did some racing practice with some actual legit racing car drivers, and they told him, wow, you're like a pro, you're like a phenom. Right? Of course, fucking course, man. Of fucking course. Brendan was the one that these stories, man. Honestly, this guy, it never ends.
Yep. Like, you can drive stick. I'm like, absolutely can. Who can't drive freaking stick? Turns out
a lot of people today.
Yeah. I saw the funniest meme. They said, TRX is stolen all the time.
Yeah.
The way to make sure your TRX isn't stolen, convert it to a manual. Because these criminals can drive manual. These young kids stealing the trucks.
Yeah.
But
these criminals, aka these blacks and these browns, right? Just say it. Come on. These blacks and these Mexicans, they can't drink and drive stick. Blue collar guys, right? A couple of blue collar guys.
To the Mint 400. So it's just started, I was in Can-Ams and trophy trucks, doing all that stuff, learn how to drive. And then Matt was like, dude, you can drive. And he's like, would you be down to drive for rigid? I'm like, heck yeah, I got rigid lights all in my TRX. And so, just start preparing.
Would you be down to drive? Like, the guy flipped his truck. He takes a couple of driving lessons, and these guys are like, yeah, you can really drive. You want to drive for our team? So they signed him straight away. Like, he was, again, like a phenom. Like in his football career, just a freak. Okay, cool. Freak driver, right? No experience driving before that. Somehow, 40-year-old man gets behind a race car or pickup truck and automatically turns into what? Lewis Hamilton. All right.
For that, and it was last weekend, and I was test driving the rigid truck out in Scottsdale, and there's some issues with the cylinders. And they said, so me and my brother, who's my co-pilot, was like, we're driving it for a few hours, doing the runs, and had a lot of issues. They're like, all right, let's shut down. We'll have it fixed by the time of the race. I'm like, no doubt. Flying Thursday to Vegas for the MIP 400, and I hit the ground. I'm like, right.
Yo, big up NJ.
I love this light jank impression you're doing. Of course.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Oh, that guy's face. Of course. Yeah, that guy. Big up NJ Ranger. Oh, fuck Shank.
I need practice. Let me get on the track. Like, dude, we got to switch out the entire engine. Like, we're screwed.
Actually, a hazy bell cord. Very good question. What is the next grift going to be once he quits being a car guy? We have to be specific. He's not just a car guy, because it's a clever grift. Let's be fair. It's a clever pick of a grift. It's not just a car guy. It's a pickup car guy. Specifically, American-made pickup truck car guy. And that is quite all-encompassing. Because it's all in it's an entire persona. It's a way of life, from the music you listen to, from your politics, from your worldview, from the stuff that you consume, from how you dress, from the hats you wear, from the way you talk. It's a very good grift because it can occupy all parts of your life. Like I said, it's a lifestyle. So the other grifts I'm thinking of, they don't really have that kind of range or scope. Do you know what I mean? That's the only thing. Like, even being like what it was before, being like a Porsche guy or having Ferraris and being like a, what do you call it? Like a, like a luxury sports guy. What do you call someone like that? The guy that likes like sports cars, I guess. That's not really as all encompassing as an American made pickup truck guy, because you're just a guy that's got money that likes to drive fast cars. Whereas with this grift, you can kind of play it off well. No, you can kind of play it about. You can kind of lie better with this one, because there's so many different things you can put on, like, hey, Republican guy, hey, MAGA guy, hey, Trump guy, hey, closed borders guy, right? Hey, gun fanatic guy, right? Third Amendment guy. Like, you can put all these, like, you know, it's a pretty good one. So I can't think of another one that would work as well. It's almost like MMA. MMA and UFC is a good grift for that as well, because it's all encompassing. I'm a badass. I don't take no for answer. I'm an alpha. I defend myself. You know what I mean? Like, you always say that quote about Mike Tyson, like, you know, everyone's got an answer until they get punched in the face type of thing. So I don't really know what other grift he can do. Maybe this might be the last one. There's not many more grifts left out there, unless what, he gets into like a new sport or something. He becomes like a soccer player guy. Like, he suddenly becomes like an American, you know, American guys who are into soccer. Suddenly he just develops interest in soccer and starts picking it up again, and maybe starts, yeah, maybe that would be a one. Maybe he gets into soccer and he starts supporting a team suddenly. He starts like following AC Milan or something, and going to Italy and pretending to be into football and the cultures and shit. That could be something. I wonder what his next grift could be. He was a cowboy last year, true. Pick up his truck. It's fucking hilarious. I wonder what his next grift to be. Very good question.
Too short of time. So I was like, great. So what the hell am I doing here? Like, you could have told me this before I left. Like, we didn't know. We thought you'd get it fixed. We gotta replace the entire engine. We don't have a truck for you. So I'm like, cool. Damn. Me and Donald Cerrone have the same sponsor. I've known Donald for 15, 20 years. He's my boy. And Donald helps me out in all this truck racing stuff.
He does all of that kind of shit.
Bro, he's at a different level, man. So Donald, me and him are doing this, you know, promotional stuff together for Black Buffalo. And he goes,
big up Keith T, I appreciate it, bro.
Brendan always takes a shortcut to get ahead.
Always. I don't know why this doesn't just take off anymore. But yeah, always. He loves a good shortcut. Master of the shortcut. Master of it.
Excited for tomorrow? I go, I was. He goes, what happened? I go, my truck's out of commission, man. All this work, all this practice, you know, I'll probably go home tomorrow. And he goes, well, I got a bug, Volkswagen bug. I go, cool, man. That ain't going over that. Fucking the Mint 400.
Big up Abe Martinez. You know what? That's the funny thing, though. That's perfectly okay to do when you're depressed. Because I sometimes, when I'm in a bit of a funk, I usually like to I like to kind of take back control of the parts of my day that I can. So I'll do weird things, like I'll just wash all the dishes. I'll put away all my clothes. I'll sometimes rearrange all my jackets. I might go to the gym. You know what I mean? I might start writing, whatever. I'll do something that I can do that can kind of put me in some level, semblance of control of my kind of surroundings or whatever it means to my emotions. Cool. But he's been doing this like thing of like building his personality around these hobbies since we've kind of known him. This has been his thing. But then he lies about how he does it too. He then pretends, oh, I've always been this guy, always been this guy. It's like, no, you haven't. Don't you remember when he said recently that he wanted to be on SNL? His dream was to always be on SNL. What happened to that? Suddenly he's a pickup truck guy. What happened to that? What happened to SNL? What happened to what happened to Adam Sandler being one of his heroes? What happened to that? What happened to wanting to perform at the Comedy Mothership? Or not being ready yet? Or when he's ready, he'll perform there. What happened to wanting to do arenas? Or touring Europe? What happened to that? I don't know. I'm just happy I'm not this guy, because I couldn't imagine being this kind of guy when you're in your 40s. Like,
he goes, no. He goes, I've done it before. It's a nightmare. And it's a stick, but you can do it. And he goes, it's gassed up, ready to go. I got a co-pilot who's Mr. Bug. Like, he built the thing. He's raced a million times. He's won the Mint 400 in the Bug. like, he'll be your co-pilot if you're down to do it. And I thought, fuck it, why not? So that night, the race was on Friday.
Oh my God. Le Potter Main. Le Peter Main, Le Potter Main, Le Peter Main, or Le Potter Main. Oh my God, thank you so much. Yes, mate, don't forget the fish tank game. My friends, I completely forgot the fish tank era. The fish tank hobby, the fish tank grift. What happened to the fish? What happened to the fishies? What happened to the fishies? What happened to Rick Ross DMing him about fish? Wow. How many grifts will this guy keep on grifting?
The bug, the Thursday night from 11 to about 1 in the morning, me, my brother, Donald, Greg, the co-pilot, Bugmaster are out on the track trying to see, this 4-speed manual bug, just trying to get familiar with it. And
get a feel for it.
Get a feel for it, yeah. And the next day, went to work, man. Went to work. I didn't know what to expect.
Don't you also find it interesting, guys? There's not much... Don't you guys find it interesting? There's not much clips, footage, content of Donald Cerrone. Again, maybe last time I checked on Donald Cerrone's Instagram, there wasn't much content of Brendan with him. But Brendan posted loads of stuff with him with Donald. Was Donald kind of annoyed that he was there? Did he not give a fuck? Like, Brendan talks about Donald a lot. Oh, he was there, he helped me this, but Donald didn't really post much about him. It's almost like he didn't really acknowledge his presence.
I think, if you would have showed me the track, the route, and like some of the dicey things, I probably would have turned it down just because I know my limitations. And then probably like an hour into it, there's one.
Didn't he also say he wants to spend more time with his family? I just remembered this. Didn't he make that video where he was crying about spending more time with his family? Can I actually do I actually have that on my thing? On my streamable? Let me see if I got it on my streamable. That video where he was crying about his daughter being ill and shit, and he was like, oh, I want to spend more time with my family. What happened to that? Does the family not matter anymore? Where's that video of him talking about his kids? I must have it on my streamable. I must have it. Let's see if I've got it here. I've got to start putting my family first for once in my life. Remember that famous quote? What happened to that? Is that completely gone now? The family does not matter? They're not important? Let's see if I can find it. I'm sure I've got it on my fucking streamable. I'm sure I have it here. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Don't you remember this? When he cancelled these shows and he said, yeah, spent time. What happened to his family? The family doesn't exist anymore.
Hey guys,
I know I got a lot of stick for this, but I still think this was incredibly tasteless. To record a video of yourself crying on your phone to share on social media because your daughter's ill and stuff is like...
Most of my family and close friends know my baby girl has been in and out of the hospital since the day she was born, and she has to have emergency surgery on on Thursday. So I'll have to cancel my tour dates in Nashville and Austin. I'm going to have to cancel my tour dates in Nashville and Austin on Thursday, Friday, Saturday this week.
How convenient is that, by the way? Hey, how convenient is that? No tour dates. Family man.
I won't be on the podcast.
One podcast.
A week. podcast in 12 years, so
hardest working man in podcasting, by the way.
be serious. But the tour date's Nashville, Austin, the refund your money. Hopefully this all goes well, and it's just
Yo, big up Snoo Kerman. Thank you for being a believer. Appreciate you. Big up Snoo Kerman. Big up Snoo Kerman.
a phase, you know? So, love you guys. That's why you won't see me on the podcast. And that's why you won't see me in Nashville or Austin. That's it. Love you. All right.
What happened to that? What happened to that? What happened to that? What happened to that? Please, someone tell me what happened to that. Huh? Shameless.
Part of that course, which is just, it's wild, man. And I got 3 kids, and I was just like, I don't get how this Volkswagen Bug's gonna get through this, man.
Right.
And so I completely
Borderline dangerous.
Oh, dude.
Like you're climbing shit that you could get seriously hurt.
Yeah. And you know what the most dangerous thing is remember, so that track, each lap's around 100 miles, give or take.
Big up NJ Ranger. What's up? What's up? What's up?
Nilu were on the money that night when we watched this and still are. I felt bad seeming callous, but I knew damn well the other shoe was gonna drop, as it has with TRX, Tfocliv Residency, Mint 4 Hundo, etc. ad absurdum.
I still laugh at residency. Honestly, not being able to pronounce residency is hilarious. It's like he even says it in my head. It sounds like he's saying red and C. But I know some people say it's residency. But he even sounds like he's saying red and C. Red and C. It's like, bro, can't you pronounce residency? Like residency. Like, oh yeah, I don't know. I still think it was legit. Something did happen to his daughter. Obviously, it's fucking frightening. I don't wish that on anybody. I can't imagine what that must be like to have a kid that goes through any type of procedure, surgery, or whatever. But I just personally have a thing against people who cry into their camera on their fucking phones and stuff and record themselves crying. I think that stuff is like extremely manipulative, and it's never done in a sincere way. Personally, for me, I think it's almost performative. It's straight, especially for a man. It's so odd to be like sitting there like what? What do you want us to do? I don't know. Focus. I don't know. I'll be too busy crying, like, to be even picking up my phone. Like, I don't know. Anyway, let's not talk about it because I don't want to get myself in trouble.
Maybe 98, and the Bug averaging 25 miles an hour. Some parts you're going about 80 to 90 miles an hour. Most of the time you're rock climbing, rock crawling, going about 15 miles an hour. So it averages out about 25, 30. So it takes about it takes probably 3 to 4 hours with no problems, 3 to 4 hours in a Bug. You got 4 laps, you're looking at 12 hours. So I complete my track in my course in about 4 hours. And then my brother was going to race.
Come on,
and
Brendan, bro.
Me
this
or
is
Donald
such a
were gonna do the
boring
final
story.
lap to
Thingy was right, innit? Josie was right. He's really a really bad storyteller. But, like, in a weird way, it's like, it's not even like he doesn't get to a point. It's just, it's not even like he doesn't get to a point. It's just unnecessary. Just, what are you even talking about? Like, we don't give a we saw you review it. We saw your recap. You made some content. Like we don't care. Like, for a comedian or for a former comedian, he's a terrible storyteller. Like, what is this? Yeah, maybe that's right, Super Jello. Yeah, and then he said to me, and then she said, and then we get, and then that, bro. It's like, bruh, even a toddler can probably tell a better story. Like,
win this thing. And in the second lap, the upper ball bearing broke off. And
ball bearing detail. Do we need to know this? Do we give a fuck? Does it add anything to the story?
my head when they called me on the radio and told me, I'm like, well, ball bearing, that's not shit. We can fix that. But they didn't have the parts ready to go. And he's like, by the time because they were out there, he's like, by the time we get out there in another 2 hours, we're not going to finish in time. So they just pulled the race. So I was the only one that finished the lap. But
the guy that was allegedly pinpointed or headhunted as like a really good driver that should be driving professionally also was the one that couldn't finish.
I just have so much respect for all the drivers. Dude, that's a battle of just toughness. Like there were times where just mentally it's so draining. Physically, my lips were chapped as shit. I'm pissing my pants. I'm walking for 4 hours, just on the roughest terrain you can imagine. Yeah. And the most dangerous part is, again, the bug goes, again, you're averaging about 30 miles an hour. Is when the trophy trucks are on there too, and the Can-Ams with over 1,000 horsepower. Well, they're going to catch up to you and lap you, or they start behind. So
yeah, exactly, Josie. That's a very, very good point. That's his form of comedy, which probably explains why that his best comedy bit online, in my personal opinion, is the bit that he did on This Is Not Happening, that Ari Shaffir show. I don't think Ari was doing it at the time that he did it though, but that show was his best stand-up bit performance ever. And the reason why it was so good is because he worked on it in conjunction with what's his face, with Bert Kreischer. Bert Kreischer helped him do that bit, or to kind of flesh it out and kind of whatever, make it tighter and stuff. But all his own stories that he tells, garbage. The ones he actually had to do on his own and write from scratch, terrible, absolutely terrible.
Them passing is the most dangerous part by far, because it's a single track, bro, and you're on top of a fucking mountain. You're on top of a mountain, and they're like, dude, he's behind you. Go beep 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 beep, and you got to get over. My co-driver's like, bro, you have to get over it, and they can't ram the bugs. Most time they can ram everybody. They can't touch the bug, so you got to get over it. And we're on the side of the mountain. I'm like, bro, there's nowhere to go. I'm gonna fall off the edge. He's like, you have to figure out a way to get over. So we're like on the edge of the mountain. It was so dangerous. Certain parts are so wild to me. So wild.
Yeah. And those people that are trying to pass you, those are probably very experienced drivers.
Yo, big up, Richie.
Yo, we waiting on those Balenci flats. Also, is it true they said Kate Middleton was at one of your shows, DJ ING? Congrats. On 200, why BAPA looks like a PETA with that stash.
Yeah, he's coming. Big up, Richie. It's coming. Trust me, it's coming. I promise you. I never forgot. It's coming. I never forgot. Crash, big up.
Congratulations on 200 episodes. Here's to 200 more. Cheers, mate. Big ups.
Big up, Crash. Big up, Richie, my guy. Appreciate both of you so very much. Richie, as I told you, those Balenci flats are coming. I guarantee you they're coming super hard. When you see them, you'll cry. The Kate Middleton thing was at one of your shows. I don't even know what's going on with that Kate Middleton stuff. I just love that Black Twitter got a hold of it. I swear to God, I love it. I love the fact that Black Twitter got a hold of that Kate Middleton story, because they've made such a big deal out of nothing. They've added all these unnecessary conspiracy theories and shit. It's made it fun. Royal family stuff is kind of a bit depressing, especially with the kiddie diddling stuff and the rapes and shit. It's a bit sad and dark and shit, but it's quite nice to have like a fun bit of conspiracy theories around the royal family. Did she get a BBL? Did she leave because Prince William is cheating on her and shit? I quite like that. I'm not gonna lie. So big up Black Twitter, especially the Americans. The American side of Black Twitter, they're running with this Kate Middleton thing. They're fucking zooming in on the pictures of her going to the flower market and shit. I love it. So big up them. Big up Crash. I appreciate you too. Thank you for the support, my friend. 200 episodes. Because of you guys tuning in. If it wasn't, I wouldn't fucking bother with this shit. Actually, I would. I'm not gonna lie. This stuff is. I keep telling you this from the beginning. This shit is my fucking Kardashians. This shit is my Kardashians. That's why I spend however many fucking dumb hours talking and zooming in and dissecting people's videos where they're crying and shit. This is my Kardashians. Do you know what I mean? This shit is so funny to me and so interesting. So I probably would be doing this even if no one was watching. But the fact that you guys are watching makes it extra special. So big up everybody. I appreciate you all.
And they don't give a shit. They just want through. They're like, get the fuck out of my way.
Yeah, bro. They're real seasoned vets who are there to win. They're trying to win this damn thing. My dumb ass is pissing my pants in a Volkswagen Bug, just trying to complete the freaking course.
Yeah, and on top of that, those guys are probably spending a fortune to do these races.
Yeah, bro. That was one of my biggest takeaways too. Is it's such an expensive sport. Like the amount of money those trophy trucks cost. The whole theme of racing to me is, build, race, fix. Build, race, fix. I would say 80 to 90% of the trophy trucks, Can-Ams, Bugs you saw out there all crashed. And then they got a team to fix them, and it's not cheap.
No.
You're looking at the RVs, the drivers, the team, the engineers, the mechanic. Their entire teams, dude. I just look at Donald and I'm like, bro, unless I win the lotto, I don't know how the hell I'm going to compete in this thing.
Does he have a whole pit crew with them too?
Donald has it dialed in. Yeah, he has it dialed in. Dana White partnered up with him. He has a whole BMF racing team. He has 7 vehicles. His trophy truck's ridiculous. He does it right, man. And Donald's he has a lot of experience. He's been racing for about 5 years now, 4 years. But he's racing, 4, 5, 6 times a month. He's just bouncing around. Yeah, he's nonstop.
Yeah.
Almost like he's into racing trucks, right? It's almost like he actually has an interest in the thing that you pretend to have an interest in. That's why he does it so often. No? Or maybe I'm misreading everything.
All he's doing these days. That bull riding.
Yeah. And he has time.
Maybe that's the next script. Actually, he can't, isn't it? He's too big in it, right? Bull riding. Brendan's too big, right? Maybe that's the next script. Bull riding or horses and shit. But I guess he's too big. Is he? I don't know.
Jump on a bull. He's just a different breed, man.
Yeah. Cool. What was I gonna ask?
Ooh, dead air. A good bit of dead air. I ain't seen that in a while. Some nice awkward dead air. Brendan rambling fucking disturbed the guy's flow, fucked him up. He has no idea what to ask now because Brendan's been talking about a million things all at the same time. Love it.
So you said you're getting your TRX back soon. Are you going to go back out off-roading with it again? You going to use it for the same thing again? Keep going?
Oh yeah, just no donuts.
Just be a little more careful.
Yeah, just don't be a dumbass.
Yeah.
So that's what it's made for. And that's the other thing that hit me is when you're at that Mint 400, you see those trophy trucks. I'm really close with guys at King Shocks and Addictive Design, Desert Design, bumpers, all that stuff. That stuff is made for off-roading. So we put it on our Street Princess trucks, and it looks dope.
Yeah.
But the function of that is for clearance and for off-roading. And once you realize what they're capable.
Is the mustache uneven again, or am I seeing things? Is that right-hand side long again compared to the left-hand side, or just a bad angle? What do you guys think? Is he still fucking up his mustache length? Or symmetry? Or lack thereof? I find it hilarious how he just has no idea how to line up his mustache. It's fucking brilliant. I love it.
Of people that have that stuff on their trucks and don't do off-road, it's like, what the hell are you doing, man? If you put 38, 40-inch tires on your truck and you do a lift kit, bro, that's for clearance. I know it looks dope on the 405 and all that, but you got to take it out, man. That's what it's designed to do. So that's what I do, man.
It definitely is. Big up, just it definitely is. You can tell from here, it definitely is uneven. Look at the right hand side. Look at this side right there. Look at there. That definitely is a bit. Yeah. Oh god, how does he? I wonder why that's his blind spot. Maybe because he's right-handed. Or something. Maybe because he doesn't have a lot of flexibility in his wrist, something. Maybe that's why he kind of fucks up. Maybe that's why. Or maybe he's just redacting and does it this way. I don't know.
That's stuff.
You ever been out to the SEMA show?
I'm going this year.
Are you going? I'll be out there.
I'll be out there, brother. I'll be with a few brands out there, and
Flexing. I'll be out there, obviously probably paying for his ticket and paying for his own way. Brendan, I'll be out there with a few brands. He doesn't miss a chance to remind you that he's easy. And a normal human will be like, oh shit, I'll be out there too, man. It'll be good to see you. Yeah, come say hi, man. If you see me, say hi. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what a normal person would say. He's like, yeah, I'll be out there too with a few brands. Brendan, man.
my truck might be out there. Either the Lightning or TRX will be out there as well.
Nice.
And last year,
Big up, Rochi. I appreciate you, bro.
Bro, we need a BGL update.
BGL update. BGL. I have no idea what's happened to him. No idea. Is he okay? What happened to BGL? Let me know in the chat. What's happened to BGL? Is he okay? I have no idea what's happened to him. No idea. Zero. No idea. Hopefully he's doing okay. Let's actually check him now. What is it? Hella Mark Harley, right? Instagram. Let's see what he's up to. BGL got a BBL. Hopefully he's fine. Oh, look at my computer being long. Come on. You see? Don't make me search things. Because look what happened to my computer. Now it's freezing. Yeah, I'm not going to search for that at the moment. But we'll come back to it in a minute. Big up, Richie. I appreciate you. When it reloads, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it.
trying to go, but I was on tour in Chicago at the same time. I can't cancel that tour out. So, but I'll be there. I can't wait.
It's an event, man. I've been out there 3 or 4 times, and but you're going to see tons of those trucks that that they have $250,000, $500,000 in these trucks, and they clearly don't get used.
Okay, let me quickly I've got some encoding overload here. Let me wait for this to kind of soothe, and then we can continue. My computer's acting a bit weird. Bear with me a second as it continues. Bear with me a second. Actually, let me just take this down slightly as well. I'm going to take down the fucking encoding thing slightly, and we're going to go from there. Again, if you're enjoying the stream, you like what you see what you like, please make sure you like the stream, smash the like button down below, help a brother out, give me some, give me some loving on that side of things. I'll be greatly appreciated if you could do that. And then we're going to continue on. Bear with me a second. I'm going to put this down to 1,000. And then let's see if this kind of helps to kind of bring down the fucking encoding shit as 40 FPS told me before. If you're enjoying it, make sure you're liking it. If you're enjoying it, make sure you're blood clot liking it, okay? Cool man. Let me get this back on the screen. Let's go again.
For anything, they're probably trailered.
Yeah, some of the SEMA bills that I see, like, I think that's one of my issues with SEMA. Like, some of those trucks I see, it's like, who's that for? What is that?
Right.
Like the lights underneath with the whole chrome under. You're like, no one's taking that to Johnson Valley.
Yeah,
so
it's a piece of art, is all it is. It's just art.
It's art. It's art, and I get it. There's that lane, but it's just not what I do, or what I like to do. It's just not what I'm in it for. Which I get it. Everyone has to each their own, but it's not for me. It's just I'll just walk by those,
Yeah, they're cool. I mean, I admire them. I appreciate the art, but I wouldn't.
It's a lot of work. I'll give them that.
Oh yeah,
a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of work and a lot of money.
Correct.
But
this whole car business, ton of money, dude. You want to get involved? It's a ton of money.
Oh yeah, lots and lots of money. Yeah, I have a '67 Camaro.
Perk angle. I know this is brutal. We've got 10 minutes left of this. 10 minutes left. Hold on tight. We're already here now. No point bailing. No point ducking out. We've only 10 minutes left of this. 10 minutes left. Okay? Hang on tight. This is worse than Chin's cooking.
And I have a 2002 Trans Am. They've both been sitting for years because when I was younger, I had the time but not the money. Now I have the money but not the time. So it's kind of one of those give and takes. Eventually, I want to get back into them again. But
oh, dude, a lot of my builds, like as soon as I get done here, I have two podcasts today back to back. So I have you, 2 podcasts, and then
Beast of a fucking worker, in it. 2 podcasts back to back. Like, this guy thinks he's working at the fucking mines, isn't it? Oh, my encoding thing is still fucking going crazy, isn't it? Okay, cool. Maybe it's a sign I should stop. Maybe it's a sign I should stop. Because my encoding error is still going fucking crazy. I don't know why. And I haven't really added anything. Wonder what's happening. Maybe this is a sign. Maybe you guys are lucky. You guys are going to be fortunate. Maybe you guys are going to be saved by the bell. And we have to fucking stop watching that video. Maybe that's why. Maybe you guys are lucky. Maybe you guys are lucky. And I have to stop watching this video now because my computer is fucking gonna explode. Who knows? Maybe. Am I still fucking pausing here, innit? I'm still fucking looking like jittery jam, aren't I? Bloody hell, mate. Maybe I'm getting swatted. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I am getting swatted. You never know. I could be getting swatted. That'd be funny if I was getting swatted, to be fair. I need a bit of that in my life to kind of spice things up a little bit. I wouldn't mind a little swatting, you feel me? Okay, someone's saying it's good now. Free G Wi-Fi. 3G Wi-Fi on the computer is fucking funny. Okay, Perk Angle and a few of you others who are hating on that interview, you got your wish because my computer wasn't working, I guess because I was playing that video for so long, and now it's back working. So you're lucky. You got your wish, okay? I was gonna ride it out and watch the entire thing, but I had to fucking stop because the computer said stop. So you are absolutely fortunate there. It doesn't always work out that way for you, but you are absolutely fortunate. Is it still fucking going crazy? There we go again. We're back. Are we back now? We're smooth, right? No issues. No issues. No fucking issues. Yeah. London Hood Wi-Fi is real. London Hood Wi-Fi is fucking real. Anyways, what else we got to talk about here? Did we speak? We spoke about most stuff, right? We did the whole video thing. We did that. We did this. We did. Oh, let's do this quickly. So, what do we think is happening here? What do you think is happening here? Do you think Brendan was told? Fucking hell. Do you think Brendan was told by the Vulcan gas company to stop calling the comedy club the comedy mothership? Or the step mothership, sorry? No, let me start again. Do we think the Vulcan gas company told Brendan Schaub to stop calling their club the step mothership? Or is he trying to find a new name to call it to kind of add to the whole nonsense kind of troll thing he's kind of doing? Because this clip is interesting because he changes the name now. The Vulcan gas company that he referred to in the past as the step mothership is now going to be known as something else. Let's see what you guys think about this little switch up. Come on, but
we have a live Fighting the Kid March 29th. That's a Friday, one show only at 7:30. Bryan Callen, myself, very special guest. March 29th at the Vulcan, the Fathership. We will be there March 29th, live in Austin. Tune in, get your tickets right now, Austin. That's it, kids.
one more time.
We have a live Fighting the Kid March 29th. That's a Friday, one show only at 7:30. Bryan Callen, myself, very special guest. March 29th at the Vulcan, the Fathership. We will be there March 29th, live in Austin. Tune in, get your tickets right now, Austin. That's it, kids.
So the Vulcan gas company is now being referred to as the Fathership. The Fathership. Is that a suggestion from the management? Is that his new thing? Like, the fathership. Just why not call it the Vulcan? Why do you have to change the name to kind of poke fun at Rogan's club in the hope that that humor will get you booked there or something? Like, what's that all about? Also, wouldn't it be funny if finally now Rogan just buckles and bends and kind of gives in and just gets Brendan to perform at the Comedy Mothership after their second T5K live? That would be really interesting. Imagine that happens. Imagine Rogan's like, okay, enough's enough, man. I see you getting attacked online. Everyone's kind of kicking you while you're down. I'm just going to give you a fucking set. I'm going to give you a fucking booking. I'm just going to give you a fucking weekend. Do you think that's possible? I think that's possible. I truly think it's possible that Rogan will just give in and be like, you know what? Enough's enough. Enough is a fucking enough. I swear to God, I see that being possible. I really do see that being possible. You can just be like, you know what? You've kind of earned your fucking stripes. You've taken all your licks. You know what I mean? He literally had a fucking murderer on his fucking podcast, right? Rogan literally had a guy on talking about prison reform and being fucking unfairly fucking sentenced and shit. And then it was discovered that he had a fucking dismembered body in his fucking fridge. Do you know what I mean? If that guy can get on Rogan, solo show, just talking his shit, Brendan deserves at least a set playing at a Comedy Mothership. Come on, he deserves it. All those years putting up with fucking Rogan. All those years trying to be his best friend. And then to suddenly get ditched the way he did. Super, super unfair. But I think the fathership name is redacted as fuck. Why can't you just call the club's name? I guess they need I guess the Vulcan don't care because I'd assume again, I've never been to Austin. I don't know nothing about the area, but I'd imagine that area has been completely cannibalized by the Mothership. They probably get everybody in there, even when they're not having shows. People just gonna go to the bar. It's become probably what's the thing called? It's become a sightseeing place, right? So people just go there just in general, just in case they might bump into a comedian or take a picture, blah blah blah. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Vulcan are like, we don't care. Whatever you call it, call it. We need as much attention as we can because these guys are fucking killing us. Do you know what I mean? And by these guys, I mean, you know, the fucking, what's it called? All those other brands are out there. So maybe that's the case. But I don't know. I find the whole Vulcan fathership, gas company, step-mothership thing to be very, very cringe. Especially considering, you know, what's happening out there and shit. But hey, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. What else we got here? Before I jet? Let me see what else I got here. Bear me a second while I quickly check this. What we got here? Yeah, there we go. This is the one. This is the one about Chin. This is the one exactly Chad, man. Yeah, exactly. The Vulcan sinking ship is hilarious. Look at this one. Look at this one. Look at this one. What do you guys think about this? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this clip. Look at this clip. Let me see if I can get up for you. Bear with me a second. Get it to load. What do you guys think about this clip? What do you guys think about this clip? Let's get this. Oops, there you go. Let's get this to load. Let's try this. Tales from Bruiser's T-Ball.
Play with 10-year-olds.
How'd Boston do?
Boston is some bombers.
How'd Boston do?
Boston is some bombers. The thing is, you forget how young you.
How'd Boston do?
Boston is some bombers. The thing is, you forget how young he is because they want to start him at wee ball, right? He's so small.
He's so little.
You know, he's big for his age, but he just turned 4. He just turned 4.
Oh, Boston.
This is Boston. He just turned 4. And they're like, oh, well, we don't allow 4-year-olds to play in T-ball. Like, yeah.
By the way, this is the first time I've ever heard Brendan mention the other kid he has, Boston, in any depth, in any length. And my theory, another theory time to put out there, I've got the impression that he obviously has a favorite. The favorite is obviously Tiger. That's his firstborn. That's his fucking twin. Do your fucking thing. But I've also had the feeling that Boston kid, no matter how young he is, I've got the impression that maybe Brendan has noticed he's not as physically or as athletically gifted as maybe Tiger is, or maybe he doesn't really care about it as much, and maybe he's a bit more sensitive, and because of that, Brendan doesn't really connect with him in the same way. That's why he doesn't talk about him as much. That's my initial theory, because he doesn't really, even on his social, if you check his social, it doesn't really look like he has another son. You know what I mean? It's always like Tiger, 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 Tiger. So the fact that he's talking about this Boston kid now, and the way he talks about him, I feel like puts some merit to what I'm saying as a guess. You know what I mean? In what's going on behind closed doors there, because the way he talks about this other kid is a bit wild compared to how he talks about Tiger.
I play Wii ball. I'm like, what the fuck's Wii ball? Like, parents are on the field. I'm like, I'm not even. I know, I'm sure a ton of dads say this. I'm telling you, he can play T-ball. Like, it's not what we do. So we go to the first practice at Wii ball, and we're getting there, and like, all right, all the dads come out, and Bossy's like, he's been dying to play baseball like his brother, dying. So they're like, all right, this is a ball, this is a glove. And he looks at me, I'm like, just be patient, dude. And like, all right, now you're going to take this ball, you're going to try and throw it in your dad's glove. I'm like, oh no, they have no idea.
Because he's been doing this.
Bubba, he 10,000 hours. He comes with me and Tiger nonstop.
Oh.
He's always with us. That's all he does. All he cares about is baseball. He's obsessed with it, more so than Tiger.
Press X for doubt.
So he's been swinging, throwing.
So somehow, honestly, and again, the sad thing about this is that, why lie? The fact that you're spending time with your kids playing baseball is cute, adorable, and amazing as is. There's no need to like pretend like your kids are like phenoms or like freak athletes at 3 years old, at 3 years of age. Just like, what is all this nonsense? What is all this posturing? Like, what is all this fucking flexing? Like, and it's not even you. Like, your kids are like, what? Like, I don't know. Whatever.
Going, you know, since Tiger started. So they're like, this is a ball, throw in your dad's glove. And the kids are kind of like, Bosty. Flap! And the coach, Jesus. I'm like, I told you, man, the kid's not your normal. I know dad say this. I'll stay here if you want. And like, we'll figure it out next day. We got my T-ball team. So he started his first game last week. And I forget how.
Why doesn't Bryan talk about his kids? Look at Bryan just sitting there like a little twink, listening to fucking Brendan talk about how amazing his son is and how much of a beast he is. Why isn't Brendan a little twink talking about his kids? Why is he sitting down there like a little old lady admiring this story about this little 3-year-old crushing it at baseball? Why don't you mention your son or your daughter and their athletic prowess? Come on, Bryan, throw your cat in a ring. Understand? Looking at him all cute. Huh? Like a little madame, crossing your legs like that. Come on. Get involved too.
A T-ball team. So he started his first game last week, and I forget how young he is because I coach him and talk to him like Tiger. Tiger's older, you know?
He's 4.
And he's never had nerves or anxiety. And I was like,
He's just like his papa. He never has nerve or anxiety. Showtime special, crushed it. Gringo Pappy, crushed it. UFC, crushed it. NFL, completed it. What you call it? Was that 41 fucking reps of 220 pounds on a barbell? Done. You know what I mean? A 40 time in fucking 4.2 or something, right? Like, what? Come on, Brendan, man. God almighty, the lies, bro. This guy.
Bossy, he's in his uniform, like all your friends are gonna be there, your family, and it hit me. I'm like, oh, he's never dealt with nerves. He was like excited, but he's nervous, so he starts crying. Aww. And I'm like, we're on the field. I'm like, what are you doing? There's no baseball and crying. What are you doing, dude?
They said there's no baseball and crying. Didn't you meant to say there's no crying in baseball?
Crying. Aww. And I'm like, we're on the field. I'm like, what are you doing? There's no baseball and crying. What are you doing, dude? Aww. And I'm like, we're on the field. I'm like, what are you doing? There's no baseball and crying. What are you doing, dude? There's no crying in baseball. We're on the field. I'm like, what are you doing? There's no baseball and crying. What are you doing, dude? There's no crying in baseball. What are we doing here? I'm like, I thought you wanted to play this. And the coach was like, Dad, I got this. He's like, every kid we've had, and he's young than all these other, every kid we've had cries the first day because they don't know how to deal with anxiety and butterflies. It's not normal to them.
No.
So, but once he got out there, he was good.
Yeah.
He was good.
He's got it. You know, anything new like that is overwhelming.
Yeah, he's good now.
It's so cool.
And then he's like, Dad, because he just wants to be part of the team.
Tiger just loves it.
Yeah, monster.
Yeah.
Tiger's a monster. Imagine describing your kid as a monster like that, and not just let them have fun and fuck around, or even just playing it down. He plays it up. Brendan isn't a play down guy. He plays it up. He doesn't ramp it down. He plays it up. I love it, man.
We'll see. But once he was with his team, he's like, Dad. He kept looking at me, look at my teammates. I'm like, I know you're on a team, bud. He's like, my teammates. So hilarious.
So cute.
I just love it.
Oh, baseball. It's a grind, but it's the absolute best.
That's my
Absolute
favorite.
best.
My favorite.
Hopefully my daughter's a big lesbian, play softball. So I can run it back.
Right back. How's she doing?
Brenda. What?
How's she?
Honestly, man, like, I get being proud of your kid and stuff, but like living vicariously through them in this way is just so lame to me. It seems so fucking lame. But hey, you know, I don't have them. Maybe he's different than me. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? But yeah, the Chombies, Tiger and Boston are Boston's finally getting some love and attention from Daddy, which is nice because I felt like before, you know, he didn't really talk about the kid that much. Maybe it was purpose. Maybe it was on purpose, but regardless, man, fucking hell. Something was amiss there. Something was definitely amiss there. Moving on, we've got another one. Reminder, 57-year-old Callen has another kid on the way. Callen's got another kid coming soon. Yes, you heard that right. Callen's birthing another kid. Look at this video.
Dude, you had a little scare yesterday, huh? So we're shooting Fire and Kid on a Tuesday. We shoot on Mondays. Brian calls 9 a.m. We do the pod around noon. 9 a.m. You're like, baby.
By the way, why is it so loud? Fucking no, the fucking levels.
Dude, you had a little scare yesterday, huh? So we're shooting Fire and Kid on a Tuesday. We shoot on Mondays. Brian calls 9 a.m. We do the pod around noon. 9 a.m. You're like, baby's coming, not going to make it. I didn't mind the day off.
My wife wakes up and she goes, I need you to clean your hands really well. And I was like, okay. And she goes, because I can feel the baby's head and I want to make sure you can. And so I'm like, oh,
Was she calm or?
Yeah, she's smiling.
I've just realized Brian's really excessive fucking, Jesus Christ, Shanaz. I've just realized Brian's really excessive like lisp. Is that Invisalign? My wife, my kid, she's like this. She's. What's that sound? Is that his Invisalign or does he just lisp like that? And I've only noticed it now. My wife, she. Listen.
I didn't mind the day off.
My wife wakes up and she goes, I need you.
What is that? Is that Invisalign or is that just old man teeth?
To clean your hands really well. And I was like, okay. And she goes, because I can feel the baby's head and I want to make sure you can. And so I'm like, oh,
Was she calm or?
Yeah, my wife is so calm.
Gangster.
My wife is gangster. It doesn't matter. And so I'm like, all right, I'm not a doctor here.
How far along is she though?
Oh, she's at
30
the 9th month.
So it's
36 weeks, Bubba.
Oh, so it's not that early then?
No.
Oh, then we're good, baby.
The baby would probably be 3 weeks early, maybe at this point, three and a half.
So they're a little dicey when they come early.
Again, this man got divorced when? In his late, 40s? 50s? Then went straight into another relationship. Because, again, I don't know stuff about divorce, but maybe it's different for some people. But I'd imagine divorces are quite hard to get over. Unless maybe there was infidelity involved or maybe you just fell out of love with somebody. But usually you don't really run straight into another long-term relationship straight out of a divorce. You maybe go and enjoy yourself, let your hair down, play the field, and then if you find someone along the way, cool. But it seems like Brian was maybe the suggestion was that he was cheating on his ex-wife with this new wife. He hooks up with her, immediately gets her pregnant, and then has another kid. So now he's gonna have what? He's got the original wife that he's paying alimony to. What's Brian Callen's alimony? Like $21,000 a month or something stupid, right? He's got 2 kids under 18 still with that previous wife, and the $21,000 per month alimony. Then he's got this new kid, and he's got another kid with the same woman. So he's gonna have 4 kids, 2 different baby mothers, and a Brian Callen career, keeping all those people afloat. some shady shit is going on, because I don't see how that can make a, again, not to pocket watch, but how can that make sense? How can somebody support two families off of the salary of what? The cut he gets from the T5K pod, and what else? And stand up, I guess. Or maybe there's some secret Patreon that does really crazy numbers. I don't really know. But damn, bro. Damn. Wow. 57 years old, still laying pipe, still getting their kids out there. Maybe it's a rich thing. Maybe it's a rich thing. Maybe it's just like or maybe it's just like a, what's that thing called? Wanting to extend your bloodline, right? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's just, feeling like you need to spread your seed. That also makes a lot of sense. Who knows? But either way, it's absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious that Bryan Callen's gonna have another kid, yet another kid, with the same lady. It's fucking hilarious. And we already know what time it is. We already know what blood clot time it is. Anyways, my friends, it's been 4 hours. I got a jet. I got to sleep for a bit before I go to the gym. I go to work tomorrow for a bit. So thank you for all of you who've been tuning in. Been a pleasure to have your company as per usual. Never a chore, always a pleasure. Never a chore, always a pleasure. Chin stuff next episode, my friends. Chin next episode. But for now, we are leaving it as we are. Thank you for tuning in. If it's been your first time tuning in, it's been a pleasure. Make sure you like the stream. Give it a thumbs up. That'd be greatly appreciated. I love support all of you. And I'll see you all again very, very soon. But for now, like the stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. And I'll see you all again very